some audio here, guys. Hello. Thank you for joining us today. It is going to be a ride. Thank you for joining us for our first podcast. Thank you for joining us for our first live stream eventual podcast. Those of you who will be listening to this did not see my exasperated sigh. Apologies. It is both too early and too late for this. So, let's just go ahead and jump in by getting our introductions out of the way. So thank you so much for joining us at Paracosm Entertainment, our new actual play channel that will be using TTRPG. We will be doing a Western one-shot tonight. I am Kayla Baines. I will be acting as storyteller and director, which within this system is essentially like a GM or a DM. And I'm just going to go based off of my screen, so you guys don't get to see that, so I'm just going to have to call y'all out. So, Blake, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell the people where they can find you.
But yeah, that's basically it. It's just like playing TTRPGs, and I'm a writer as well, so I do write some stories, but nothing up for publishing yet, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, that's me.
Awesome, and then we are going to toss it over to Kai.
Hi y'all, I'm Kai. I use they, she pronouns. Either is great for me. You can find me on almost every social media, either at Kylie Grimwood or Kylie.Grimwood, some variation therein, or at Honey Ghost Games, which is like my Twitch gaming, all that stuff. Or potentially lost somewhere in the binary code that makes up the Spotify algorithm. I have 140-ish playlists going, give or take, so I'm usually there.
Awesome. Yeah, since they added the ability to your Discord status to update to what you're listening to on Discord whenever you jump into Spotify and let people join you in listening to what you're joining with. I've been very hesitant to be on Spotify because I keep forgetting I have that. So yeah, if you ever want to creep on your friends and they let you and have that, you can join listening with whatever they're listening to at any point. With that, we're also going to toss it over to Star.
Hello, I'm Star, use they them pronouns, and I'm on the internet in most places as Mad Rad Star Kyle, and I love TTRPGs, and I love arts and crafts and having fun.
Awesome. And for those of you watching us on stream or later on YouTube, you will notice technically we have a fifth player. It is a horse. We've decided it's an NPC. We haven't named them yet, but it's here. And it is. Oh gosh, it's been too long. It's a chestnut with a black mane, and I forget the pattern name, but it's got a white, almost kind of like splotch here, and then nothing, and then a little bit of a white nose. Not quite a star. It's more like just a line of white from like the top of its head to like about its eye line, and then nothing, and then another line from like mid nose down. So yeah, we will be naming that. That will be fun. But they are joining us as a stand-in since I had too many windows. With that and introductions out of the way, we will get started. I don't have a big intro video for you because it's a one-shot, but we will be starting with the scenes set up as it's high noon. And the sun is beaten down on the dusty town of Dornwich. In the west, you are what amounts to the law in these dusty lands, not appointed by some distant government to bully the people, but a band of survivors who stand for those who carve out a life here. You specialize in hunting down the villains that the starred arm of the law either can't or won't go after. Some call you bounty hunters, others call you angels. Only time will tell how your story is told, so you have a job to do for now. And we see this Dornwich town is pretty much just a main street and a little more than that. It has seen better days. What brought people out here has probably started to dry up a little bit. Used to be a lot of mining, used to be a lot of salt plains for people to use. It seems like most of that has gone out, so much of what is just the main street. Sheriff's office, saloon, probably some not so legal gambling halls in some of the abandoned buildings. A general store. And as we kind of move down the main street, most people aren't on the roads. It's too hot and dusty for that. And we see a tumbleweed kind of blow down the street. And as we pan and follow that tumbleweed out of town, it eventually gets stuck up against a no trespassing sign that rattles a little bit in the wind. And you see behind that no trespassing sign is probably one of the industries that got abandoned here. Looks like a disused, falling down, abandoned mine of some sort. It has what looks like some cart tracks leading into it. There's a cart just kind of like tipped over that looks beaten up. And there's what looks like boards trying to be across it, although they've probably been there far too long. Several of them are just kind of like hanging down off of a single nail, no longer useful. And as we go into it, we see kind of like signs of disuse. There's cobwebs. Looks like some haphazard, maybe cave-ins or something happened where the things that previously held up the ceilings of these tunnels that were being used just kind of at an angle. Most people wouldn't even try and come near it or look at it twice, but as the camera kind of pans down the tunnel and sneaks around a corner, if someone knows where they're going and knows where to pull a little hidden latch, opening up almost kind of hidden in the wall panel, we see a door kind of creak open, and inside it is what looks like almost like a saloon of itself down here, nestled into the mine. It's a pretty decent size. It's got what looks like a really small bar, kind of stocked with hooch and moonshine, not necessarily anything legitimate that you would find at other saloons. There's a very like lopsided table off in a corner with some chairs around it. Looks like it has some discarded hands of cards on it. There's some questionable origin, possibly real skeletons in some of the corners that are like dressed up kind of like Mickey Mouse style miners. Someone put tools in their hands and like a miner helmet on. And we see some subtle touches and decorations. There's some horseshoes. Someone's tried to make it look like there are antlers on the wall, but they're definitely not, like, matching antlers. Like, antlers from two different creatures, kind of, like, sort of made to be even to try and, like, fake that they're the same creature. And as we pan through and see this, we come to... Hi. What does your character look like? Go ahead and introduce them. And what are you doing in the hideout right now?
Absolutely. Hattie is... You look at her and you know she's up to something. She's tall, she's fit, she's like a little buff. She's got dark hair, always has a signature red lip, and she is doing one of those classic throw your dagger down on the table, pick it up, throw it down, pick it up. Just kind of biding her time, waiting around for something.
Okay, and as we hear that kind of like resonant pull, 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 the camera moves past Hattie and kind of tilts up a little bit as it swerves around the room. Star, please introduce your character and, give us a little hint of what it is they're doing in the hideout at the moment.
Sure. So his name is Camden Tate. He is a simple farm guy, pretty muscular but chunky, like solid. Definitely has some, farmer's tan going on. Probably a little bit sunburned in some places. Pretty hairy, just hairy, buff, dumb cowboy guy. I think he is either idly spinning the spurs on his boots or tying knots on his lasso and then untying them. This is obviously a moment of downtime, so I think he would just be kind of fiddling. He doesn't really know what to do. He's an outdoor guy, so he doesn't really know what to do with himself when he's inside. So aside from that, probably getting up, walking around, and then starting the pattern over again.
Okay, and as the camera pans around Camden, it kind of moves down along the bar and turns. And Blake, introduce your character and let us know what it is they're doing in the hideout.
So I'm playing Maze. So he's a man on the latter half of his years, who's not passed out of that youth stage, and turning, maybe that a couple of chapters that may feel like every now and then. So he's in the kind of, that kind of western suit, although it's gray, though, like a nice kind of dark gray because it's dusty down here, so this way doesn't show too much of that dust. And so it looks real nice, real clean. Gray beard, has like a little paunchy, so got a bit of a gut. And a little bit of a cowboy hat kind of hide his balding gray scalp, or more white than gray now, but you can't see, so it doesn't matter. And he's right now he's actually trying to nap, so he has to speed up and some sort of death sort of thing. Keeps hearing that tapping from Hattie, so it kind of wakes him up every now and then, and he dozes back off and snoozing. So yeah, that's what Mace is doing.
Alright, Mace, your snoozing is interrupted by the person who led us into this hideout, showed us where that hidden door is, slamming their hand down right in front of you. Right in front of you is a little, the best way to describe it is snot-nosed kid. They're probably 8 or 9. They're scrawny. They've got those kind of pants where it's definitely a hand-me-down, so they've rolled it up so much that it's halfway up their shin, and they've rolled up the sleeves of their shirt too to fit. They're covered in probably some coal dust, probably some dirt. You're not sure what's what. It's just everywhere. And this is Ricky. Ricky has decided they're part of the gang too. Really without any consensus from any of you. And they have slammed down in front of you, waking you up, a rewards flyer. And all you can see on it right now, because their hand's still on top of it, is that big bold across the top that says wanted. Before we get to the flyer, though, and the rude awakening you've had, how do you think that Ricky found out about y'all and the hideout and has just kind of decided they're with you?
What do we think about that?
Yeah, like, how did that come to be? Like, what incident led to Ricky becoming part of
I think he may have fallen down a hole on the premises, and so, maybe to keep a little fight, we let him stick around because children getting hurt around here does not look good on a business. But that's May's perception of what happened, so May could be wrong.
I'm wondering maybe if Camden just, being kind of not very bright, accidentally let it slip when, a little kid who's, following around like, oh, that's a cool horse or whatever, and then...
Where are you going?
Oh, we got a secret hideout and the abandoned mine over there?
Definitely sounds right.
Yeah. Ricky, though annoying at times, does actually strangely turn out to have really good leads for you all a lot of the time. Because their uncle is actually the sheriff, and while the sheriff doesn't have a whole lot to do, they do post the wanted posters on the bulletin board in the sheriff's office. So Ricky is often one of the first to see any new ones that pop up. And since they're a part of the gang, they want to make sure that the gang gets the best jobs that they can possibly do. Now this doesn't always guarantee that you're the only ones in the jobs, because it's not the only sheriff's office. And every town has one. But it does mean that you often get pretty good leads, from them. So they're still standing there over you, Maze, with hands slammed down on the poster, and they're just like buzzing with excitement. If I don't know if in this time frame soft drinks existed, but if they do,
Sure, a nice sarsaparilla.
I think they're just starting to come around. Yeah.
They would be buzzing, like, you know how little kids sometimes look like they're physically buzzing with caffeine. That would be what they look like right now.
Ricky, darn well you should be strong enough man that way, okay?
Well,
you know darn well. I mean, you're really that sheriff, so you know darn well not to be doing that.
You gotta stop napping on the job.
You're not napping on the job right now. It's called a break time because if this is down for
there's no time for a break, and they start just tapping on the wanted poster. They slam down.
Can we tell everybody, not just me, let's get a little meeting going like we normally do, so.
Okay, hurry up! And he pulls you out of your seat and start little kid pushing you towards the table.
I need my cane. Hold on, I need my cane. I need my cane. Come on now. Ankles never the same, so I get my cane and just walk real slow.
Yeah, and he does that full leaning into you, pushing thing. It's you're moving too slow. Go faster.
This is fast as you got this bum ankle. This is fast as the ankle's gonna go. So.
And as soon as you seem close enough to a chair to start sitting down, he'll go and grab the others and try and do the same, pushing you all towards the table. That is kind of like your impromptu conference table of sorts. And then he remembers that he left the poster back where he woke up and runs over there real quick and knocks over the chair you were sitting in previously taking your nap and grabs the poster and runs back over.
Put that chair back up, Ricky, if you come back here. That chair could be upright.
He just ignores you. And he has to climb up into, like, the remaining chair. That's also a little crooked, like, maybe it was just, like, grabbed because it got broken in a brawl or something in the saloon and they didn't want it anymore. So he's literally, like, on a tilt with his legs, like, too far off the ground to correct it. And he's got the one poster in front of him, and he, like, taps it like you would if you had a lot of papers in your hand, and you're, like, straightening them out with only a single piece of paper in his hand, and he goes, "The meeting is now in session."
Well, so means business.
Tell us what you got.
Okay. And then he does exactly what he did in front of Maze and just slams it on the table. But this time he moves his hand away and you can see written on the poster is this, what you expected to see, the typical wanted across the top. But what you didn't expect to see was the amount under that wanted. It says $2,500 reward for the ringleader, plus $500 for each additional member. Alive and captured. Wanted, Wild Bunch Gang. Suspected of train robbery, bank robbery, cattle thieving, and then you see a big picture that has about 6 people in it.
Alright, I mean, it's definitely a job, and y'all see that says alive, right? So, alive, not dead. Just, we all saw that. Just making sure. Seems dangerous, but it's a lot of money, though.
Yeah,
5,000 total? Oh, Camden. This is sweetheart. 5,000.
That's 10 more than we got, right?
At least.
Yeah. I mean, 10, 20 times, yes, it's definitely more. So, I mean, it's not definitely should probably look into it. I mean, it does sound a little dangerous, but I'm not scared of it. I'm just saying, it definitely seemed like what their pictures look like. I mean, what the pictures kind of.
So they look like they know what they're doing. They've got that stereotypical long rifle pose that a lot of these wanted pictures have, bandana, loose kind of hat on their head. If someone wants to make I think there's specific word for this type of role, circumstantial challenge role to learn or see what you know about the gang in the picture, you are more than welcome to.
Come on now.
Yeah.
They want to do it?
Just one of us?
First rolls of the game! I will let everyone, because it is our first rolls of the game.
But it's just a straight...
Yep, just a straight D20.
Yeah, no pauses on that. It's not too good.
I feel like every first roll I have ever done in a stream is never good. And I always feel real bad for my first. Okay. So, what are we sitting at about for everyone? Oh, we got 3, we got a 9.
3, 6, and 9.
Oh wow, just right up there. Okay. For a 3, you can see that it has 5 gentlemen, if you can call someone who's an outlaw a gentleman. But it also looks like there's one woman in the picture. For any historical buffs that happen to be watching the stream, the Wild Bunch gang is actually a historical real gang we have incorporated because it's the time frame in which they were alive, so I did it, and you can't stop me. For a 6, you do know a couple nicknames, because they have been wanted for a while. You've seen individual wanted posters for them. 2 of the people you recognize by their nicknames instead of their real names, IRL names. You recognize Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. For a 9, I hope this doesn't, just show what the rest of the rolls for this game is gonna be. For a 9, you recognize another 2 by their nicknames. You recognize the Tall Texan and News Carver. So in total, between all 3 of you, you do recognize 4 of them just by their nicknames, not by their given birth names. And if you know, Butch Cassidy and Sundance Kid, we give you a little hint about what you're going up against.
So we just know of them, we know,
Yeah, you've heard that they've been wanted for a while. You've seen wanted posters for them on and off. They haven't been captured yet. There's been a couple of close calls, but they've never really been captured or cornered at this point. They're pretty much at their height of the gang.
Rick, do you think I know we're just fanning myself in my hat right now too as I speak. You think we're the ones who can wrangle these consoles in? Or do you, I'm not saying we can, but you really think that we can wrangle these guys in?
I think you can certainly try for that kind of money. I can only really count up to this many, but that seems like a lot.
Yeah, it's that many times with something of that for sure, so. Well,
and I will say, because you all are from the town of Dornwich, you do know a couple of people that you can approach for more information if you want them. You do see those on your screen right now. You can talk to One-Eyed Ed. If you want to maybe pay or trade for information. You can try and get something out of Fast Hands Luke. He's often gambling in the saloon. So if you win or if you buy him a bunch of drinks, you might be able to get some information out of him. But you also know Tidy Jen knows a lot of the things going on in and around the town. She runs the saloon, but she's also the town's madam.
Well, what do y'all think? I know we definitely have to take it. I hate to agree with the kid, but he's right, we need this money, so.
I recommend them alive, so we wouldn't at least intentionally start a gunfight.
We would never start a gunfight, right? When after the gunfight starts,
Right, well, more I'm thinking, if we try something, they'll bring the guns out, and then it'll just sort of happen.
Well, maybe we can, maybe sort of trap them, maybe, do something like that, maybe make a little trap where we don't get guns even pointed at us, and we don't get bullets fired away at us, and maybe something like that.
See, maybe if you can get them, sort of separate one from the group.
Ooh.
Do that a couple of times.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. That's a good idea. Separate, trap them. Yeah.
Because, 4 against 6 is a little harder than 4 against 1.
Exactly.
Reckon we should go for the leader last. I feel like that if there's a boss, might be the trickier one.
Right.
Maybe the best one to get though first, when you get the leader, then the rest of them really know what to do. I feel like so. Maybe we should go after them first.
And at the mention of a gunfight, Ricky is gone from the table. He's just jumping all over the place, pretending to be in a gunfight. As soon as the guns are mentioned, he's gone from the table.
Ricky, do you know what those guns really do? Don't mean like you shoot them, but do you know the consequences that can come with that, Ricky?
He just kind of gives you a look like, my uncle's the sheriff?
And even he'll probably tell you the same. I don't think he's telling you, go around there just bam, bam, bam.
It's kind of fun,
That does seem kind of wasteful. But
Thank
what
you,
if the bullet flies back down and hits you on the head?
Thank you, Camden. Exactly. Thank you, Camden. Exactly. It's only dangerous to other people.
He's clearly not listening at all, and is like trying to like tuck and roll and like be actiony very poorly.
Can you get him with your, can you?
Oh, I bet there's probably like a shorter lasso that I have for inside just for wrangling Ricky. I'll just like rope it around and try to catch him to get him to sit down again.
Okay, let's see if we do a little bit better. I will give you a synergy bonus of 2. I will give you a prop bonus though of 3. And it would probably be action because we only have 4 genres.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel like mystery, drama, or comedy to me.
A little bit like comedy.
It's a little bit like comedy, but
I think action fits though.
Yeah. So plus, what's the synergy bonus?
So synergy is just how related to a scene you are, so that's going to be a 2. The prop bonus is going to be a 3 though, since you have the specialty for the lassoing and all of that.
Okay, so plus 5 and then plus my action?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Here we go.
That's why synergy and prop bonuses are so nice. Which is why we have bullshit points to make you all more related.
You mean backstory?
Oh yeah, totally backstory points, and not bullshit points. It's totally bullshit points. Let's be real. Scott, look at me, Scott. We both know it's bullshit points. Yeah, so with the 17, he sees what you're doing and goes to try and like leap behind the bar, but instead you catch him around the ankle and you just pull him in. And he's like scraping across the floor like, yeah!
And I'll just like with like one hand pick him up by the back of his shirt, set him back down on the like wobbly chair next to me, like, you hang on there, you old rascal.
Imagine we get the money. We can replace your wobbly chair with a comfy one.
I mean, you can replace a lot of things. And he just like not so subtly looks around at the rest of the house.
What are you trying to say there, Ricky? I mean, you sure like hanging out here enough, so I mean, like, is it that,
Someone has to manage this group and make sure we get money.
If anyone's the boss, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be me.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's a team effort, okay? I haven't been the leader of nothing in a long time, so it's a team effort. Wouldn't be without y'all. That's for damn sure. So, I guess we need a plan, I guess. I mean, we can talk to a couple of the locals and kind of get some more intel.
Find out where they frequent, maybe?
Yeah, maybe Tiny Jim might be the, feel like she may know where that could be hanging around.
She holds on to that kind of information.
And you just hear a ka-thump, ka-thunk, and Ricky's just sitting there wobbling back and forth, like, trying to not go running off again, but, like, just having too much energy for their own good. And this consumption sound, I will say, reminds you that if you don't find a job to distract Ricky when you are going after them, there's a chance that Ricky might try and follow you all wherever you're going.
No. So Ricky, you're going to be...
It's high noon, so no.
It's lunchtime. That's a lunchtime, but we definitely need, someone needs to, definitely stay around here, though, because when we're out, getting these things, I'd hate for be ashamed for us to lose our place after we get so much money, so if only someone could stick around for a bit and kind of, I wonder who we're going to find on such short notice, it's high noon, so.
Gotta be someone quick.
Smart.
It's smart, very smart, quick, very smart, but who do we know that's quick and smart?
I was worried, too, that there might be a tunnel collapse. There's gotta be someone who can crawl into small places.
I was thinking that as well.
But who knows small, fast, and craft? I mean, who do we know that's like that?
You can tell Ricky's clearly not paying attention. He probably stopped listening a good, 3 minutes ago when he started getting chat back.
Ricky, we need your help.
Well, of course you need my help. That's why I brought the wanted poster.
In addition to the wanted poster, we need somebody small, who's also clever, and quick. Do you know anybody who might fit that description?
Well, maybe he's definitely not small. Or quick. I'll do it, but I'll only do it for $5.
We're go game 5, I mean, can't really count those, so.
How about a quarter for the general store?
$1.25, and you buy a sucker for me next time you're in town.
How about three quarters? How about that? You get your sucker too.
I don't know, it looks like I brought you a really good find, and I'm also doing another job for you. I think $1.25 a sucker. It's a great deal.
Yeah, but you get a laugh right here though. Not only do you get to, look after this wonderful statue, you get to stay in the sun, you get a nice place to relax and rest in, scot free, so that is we're not charging you rent like that too, or like a fee. So
he makes a big show of coughing. Yeah, it's a great place to hang out. All this cold does.
Oh, it's funny, more coughing a couple of seconds ago with the 18 million of the time you've been in here, so that conference sure is new.
The black lung.
$3. And a sarsaparilla the next time we're in town instead of a sucker.
Deal! And he sticks out his hand to you. And he shakes it. And he, under his breath, he says, "Suckers, I would have done it for a hay penny."
Gotta be clean. Great. Gotta give it to him.
Work is valuable.
I'm pretty sure hay pennies are a thing. Don't roast me, Chad. I'm sure that I remember that being a thing. But yeah.
Biggest thing in our world.
That's what matters.
So he hops down from his chair and goes around the bar, and you hear a bunch of things being flung about, and he comes back in. What is kind of protected here? It looks like he just took like a flour sack that was empty and cut a hole at the top, stuck his head through it, cut some holes in the side, stuck his arm through it, and he's tied it so that like his clothes don't get any dirtier than they already are, maybe. He's like, all right, it better be a big sarsaparilla.
Mine is sharp there, or he's not sharp.
And he goes like tottering off to go do what he's often distracted with. You can go about your business. You hear a little bit of like sounds of something tumbling about, and what probably amounts to light cursing. It sounds like almost he tripped over one of the empty pails that are out in the hallway out in front of the hideout.
If there's a tunnel collapse, put that on your head.
How well that would work.
That'll work, Patty.
18 times the charm, so.
Give him something to do.
Okay, so Ricky is distracted and off doing hopefully not more harm to the mind than good. Who would you like to try and go talk to first to get some more information?
I think Tiny G, right? Is that who you guys want to see?
I think so. Seeing in the saloon kind of opens us up to multiple people being around too. So if there's like anybody who's traveling through town or who's got a weird amount of information for no reason.
What? That sounds like a plant.
Right.
A plot device. We would never.
I think we're gonna get that. What's the game do?
I think so. I think if they're gonna hang out anywhere, they're not gonna be hanging out with One-Eyed Ed or anything.
If they were, I don't know if we still be able to talk to One-Eyed Ed, but yeah, that's a good point. All right, yes, we're gonna do the long walk. There. Ugh.
We have a horse. Let's ride the horse.
Right, let's get up and get off. Okay, I mean, yeah.
I'll lift you up.
We'll do.
I'll give you a
Yeah,
leg
we'll
up.
throw you up there like a sack of flour.
Oh, I think I can get up there myself. Okay, you know. Oh, I can still do it.
Just because I love the ridiculous of this, right at that moment, the audience hears like the sound of like some padding on the something tapping on the wooden floor, and it hands over to a corner of the hideout, and there's this bandit kind of chilling in the horse. Like Camden didn't know what else to do with because he didn't want to leave it outside where people could see it.
$5,000 to fix him a stable.
Yeah, if we're stationed here enough, I think he's figured out how to do like a hitching post inside the open area, the biggest open area of the mine.
And the first horse kept in mind. That's pretty special.
Alright, so we are headed to the saloon, which probably means you might need to see a map. So I'm going to switch this over to a map view and hopefully not destroy everything. Alright, we are in map view. Our horse buddy is still here with us. And the audience can now see the information that the players have been looking at, which are the three people they can talk to. And y'all are very familiar with the town and the people in it, and where everything is located. Most likely, if you don't live in town itself, you live probably near town. So you would know what the saloon looks like. It's not that big. It's clean most of the time. It's a little run down at the moment because there was a recent bar fight of sorts that broke out. But it actually has random happenstance and totally not scripted would have it. There is, I don't know, like everybody you could possibly need to talk to in one space at the same time? How have the fates aligned in such a way to allow this to happen? So yes, as always, Tiny Jen is running the bar a little bit. She does have a helper or two, but during the slower hours of the daytime, she gives them that time off, and so they normally show up as it's getting close to dinner time or sundown, which is when this place really starts picking up business. You see One-Eyed Ed is kind of leaned against the bar end, drinking deeply from a mug. You see, Soft Hands Luke is in the middle of a ever-present card game, and the back there, with two gentlemen you don't recognize. And there's another one who looks like he's been drinking most of the day, up towards the front in that table there. He's kind of slouched a little bit, enjoyed a good long drink. So you guys are entering into what looks like a pretty calm saloon, for the moment. We'll see if you all start anything.
I think that we probably would have talked beforehand
Yeah,
about who, if by random happenstance, or if we wanted to split up, who would be better to talk to.
I mean, I don't like to brag, but I know Tiny Jane, she may not have, I am we'll say kind of handsome fella, so she does, sometimes, maybe, blurs or none of that, but just...
You're cordial.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, my internal monologue at that moment was, you mean do her job?
Pretty much.
But she's not against passing along information for, a little incentive, as most people are.
I'm trying to use my sex appeal. That's my
There you go, yes.
So I'm trying to use that a little bit. So, not the whole man kind of charm, you know what I mean? Like, somebody used to be, like, stunningly handsome when they were young, but still has that, is more mature now. So we're not as good looking, but has a more mature kind of look to them. So, this is another kind of,
He's a daddy.
Okay, so Maze is going to talk to Tidy Chin. Does anyone else want to talk to anyone else in the bar or do anything? It's saloon, sorry. Saloon, bar, same thing. Different time period.
I would say Hattie would very happily join in on that card game.
Okay. I don't think I named the other two fellows there, so they're just random people that I gave portraits to. So you can join the card game. They're probably mid-hand, but there's nothing stopping you from sitting down at the empty chair. I almost immediately wanted to say at the empty chair at the empty table, but that's neither here nor there.
Wrong genre.
Wrong genre, yes. Start bursting into a musical here. Is there anything that Camden would like to do in this saloon?
I think, he's not really the smartest person to, put into a gambling situation. He would just lose everything right away and wouldn't gain any information. I think just because no one else is talking to him, maybe talking to the information broker, I feel like that's, the bar for getting information from a guy whose job is information is pretty low. So, there's less chances for him to screw things up. Okay.
So as Camden and Maze approaches the bar, then we're gonna have the camera continue and follow Hattie towards the table where the card game is happening. How do you approach the table?
I think she'll walk up very, calm, collected, grab the chair, flip it, do one of those, seat with her arms crossed on the thing, and ask, Holding them. Blackjack, what are we looking at today?
Looking at Texas Hold'em. Buying 10, whites are 1s, greens are 5s, blacks are 20s. And you see there's like a small pile of, what maybe at one point could have maybe passed as chips in a like actual gambling hall or establishment, but from whatever means Tiny Jen has acquired these, they have long had their numbers rubbed away, no longer hold any logos or anything, they're just little colored pieces at this point.
If you're inclined to deal me in, I'll be more than happy to oblige.
And shows the cash, okay?
So, I don't know, it would in some realm of my brain make sense for her to just, like, carry a couple chips with her at any given point?
I don't know. Is Hattie a gambler?
I wouldn't say she, like, spends a lot of time on it. Just that she's noticed at some point in history that she's quite good at it.
Mm-hmm. I would say, if, you want, we can have that be something your character has. Maybe a couple, I forgot what denominations I gave them. A couple greens and a couple whites. The blacks are like something ones to those. The other colors.
Yeah. So she'll just, like, toss 2 greens in.
And they might even be ones that you have gotten off of Fast Hand Luke himself. Because he is the rabid gambler in town. And you can see he's probably got the biggest stacks of chips in front of himself. The 2 gentlemen with him have dwindling numbers. And the one that looks a little bit like Buffalo Bill is running rather low and does not look happy about it.
Oh no.
Yeah, so you can join in. He kind of gives you a nod because he recognizes the chips. And he's like, she's good for it. And goes ahead and starts dealing out like a new hand to everyone. The guy who looks like Buffalo Bill's got it like up close to him, like no one will see anything. I swear, I'm going to get my chips back. I swear. I'm going to get it back, or it's the last thing I do. And then we have the other gentleman there that you're not quite sure you've seen around town before. He looks way too relaxed for the amount of money it looks like he's losing. Like, he either doesn't care or thinks he can get it all back real quick. He's like, little son, because either that's a lot of money to not care about losing, which is just like, then why are you here gambling like that? Or he thinks he's gonna get it all back, maybe through cheating. Or maybe he's playing the long game, like making Fast Hand Luke think he's worse at the game than he actually is. Yeah. You occasionally get them, hustlers in through here. Sometimes they take Fast Hand Luke for a ride. Sometimes Fast Hand Luke takes them for a ride. All depends on who's the better hustler. Because this is how Fast Hand Luke makes his living, is just going to saloons and gambling halls, whether they're legal or not, and making some cash to then go back and spend in the saloon. A nice little loop for him.
Economy.
Yeah. But right back into the community. So he is dishing out the cards. One, like I mentioned, one fella's a little twitchy and a little jumpy about losing that. The other one couldn't care less. He's very casual. Just, casually drinking with one hand and, like, very loose. And Fast Hand Luke is kind of somewhere in between. He, like, realizes he's got a good thing going right now. Like, he's up quite a bit. He's not quite sure he wants to turn in and just call it and take his winnings with him. Like, there's a little bit more left on the table and he wants that little bit more. So he's just kind of, like, looking at his cards and then looking at everyone around the table. Are you trying to, like, start up a conversation while you play to see what's going on?
Probably I would, the guy who's, like, not really been through before, I'd do, like, a quick, like, howdy.
He just kind of gives you a nod as he continues to drink. Not really saying much of anything. Totally not just now making up names for these guys.
How long we been here, gentlemen? Not you, Luke. You've been here all day, and I know it.
Me? Been here all day? You Jeff. Patty, you Jeff.
Surely you spent the night.
I'm not quite sure what time it is to tell you if you're right or not.
Just past noon.
I'm getting way too much mileage out of this game. Anytime anyone asks, somehow it's magically still high noon now.
That's another weird thing about this town.
Yeah. Weirdness is always high noon.
Why we live in a mine.
To get away from the sunlight.
Exactly.
Luke kind of nods to the Buffalo Bill looking fellow and is like, Henri has just been telling me how good the gold game has been on the coast, and Bill over here has been talking our ear off on the new cattle ranch that opened up a couple of towns over.
Is it for livestock? Is it for dairy?
Oh gosh, I got a new accent. I keep doing the same accent for everyone because as soon as I start doing anything southern, it just like eventually funnels into the same exact point. Mostly livestock. They hit a pond and ground well out there a couple towns over, so everything's pretty green. Makes for easy job if you know how to rope them.
Oh, Camden.
Somewhere Camden just feels his destiny exists somewhere 2 towns over. And now that you get a little bit of a closer look at Henri and Bill as you're settling into this card game with them, you can see Henri does have like a really big piece of like gold jewelry on his finger, and he's got a gold tooth right up front where maybe he lost a canine in a fight or something. He's replaced it with a gold tooth. And he does look a little bit more, you don't want to say there's a type for those that come from the west coast further in and hit your town along the way somewhere else, but, you know, a little bit rougher, a little bit more leather. Henri has some, like, fur going on, so maybe some fur trade he's come across here yet. And
bold move, all that fire you've got going on with the Wild Bunch gang on the loose again.
And he makes like I don't want to do it because it's a terrible sound, like a teeth-sucking sound. I don't want to torture anybody with that sound, but that's the sound he does. And kind of like gives you a look, and he's like, well, the Wild Bunch gang, not much my problem, it's a lot more y'all's problem now, it seems.
Only so much to be said when you're in the same town.
and Fast Hanley starts like nervously shuffling his own cards. It's the same, cards that he has in his hands, but he's just like shuffling them with them facing himself, like out of like nervous habit, on like looking and watching this conversation happen. And Bill just kind of laughed. He's like, "Oh, yeah. I mean, last I heard, they hit another train and are tied up somewhere. Yeah, they're gonna get there. Too many big targets hit too quickly. They're getting a little filled with ego.
Big for the britches.
Mm-hmm. Like, you can only hit so many rich people before they start paying people to come after you.
So I heard the bounty set pretty high already.
Oh yeah. I mean, they tried to do it individually there for about a bit, but once they formed up that Wild Bunch gang, the authorities got a little antsy.
Can't say I blame them if they're going after stagecoach and train and bank, even.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I know many people who trust a bank around here, but...
Henri kind of laughs at that. Well, I mean, can't even trust the trains now to transport your stuff. They've hit the lines going this way about a half a dozen times or so at this point.
I'm interested to see where they're headed.
At that, Fast Tim kind of like narrows his eyes at you and like finishes adding cards in the middle and tosses it a chip and goes, "Are we playing cards, gentlemen?" And lady.
Can't do a little chatting?
I mean, we can as long as the game keeps moving.
One of the other men is next before I am.
Oh yeah. Bill kind of like looks between the two of you. Does that like Jack thing where like he lifts them up and he lets them drop one by one until he has two left in his hand and tosses them into the middle.
Too right. Now don't go getting me wrong. You're not in any danger here, Henri. But if I were to go after somebody with wealth, I might head out a little farther west. Hearing all this gold rush talk. Seems like you might not even have to go through all the security and the hullabaloo around a bank and a train if it's just common folk like yourself. Not calling me common. Don't get it wrong.
Henri kind of laughs. He's like, "Where do you think all of that gold goes? They put it on trains and send it to banks to hold the risk for. Ain't nobody walking around with a pocket full of gold."
No, just a mouth.
Hey, I earned that fair and square. And he almost like pridefully and weirdly like licks the gold tooth.
Not questioning your honor. Just saying it might be smart to be on the watch.
Oh, with everybody descending upon this area looking for him, they better stay hid.
I guess that's true. That new bounty did it bring a lot of people? I would assume it would.
Bill kind of just laughs this time and takes another drink before he sits it down and like motions to Tidy Jen for another round. He's like, I mean, there were many people passing through looking for cattle work who no longer want cattle work, hoping for a big payday. But
A little quicker score, huh?
yeah, they're gonna have a hard time finding them.
Say, Bill. Kinda... I don't know if the word salary was a thing back then. How much they giving you out on that ranch?
Oh gosh, I'm gonna get butchered if I don't properly econ this. Money is different now, guys. We get about $25 a month, free room and board.
Not too shabby. I don't know if I'd give up a sure thing for a wild bunch gang chase.
Well, especially with that Edda place in there before you... She's wild. They're gonna be real hard to catch.
Edda. She'll drop her coin.
Henry is going to just huffingly grab his money and toss it too fast, he doesn't want to think about it in. And Bill goes, oh yeah, she's with that, well, I mean, technically she was with both of them at one point, but I think she's, laying with that, Sundance kid now.
So she's the real deal. She's part of a team, a little Annie Oakley of their own, huh?
I mean, she's definitely the brighter of the bunch. Really, it's her, Butch Cassidy, and Sundance that got the brain cells between them. The rest of them just kind of run rapshod. But
they're for the muscle, not for the...
Yeah, those three are the ones really leading that group. And Edda is smart. She comes from cavalry, folk.
She's smart and she can rope.
Mm-hmm.
They say quite a bit about Cassidy and his gun, so... Yeah. These ranchers are in for a time.
Yeah, I mean, they're not gonna, Edda knows people in this area. She's from cattle folk. She's gonna know where to lay low, where people aren't gonna go.
I think that's true. It's a little easier to blend in when you know who you're talking to.
Exactly. And for folks, yes, I'm changing information about people that historically existed. Please don't get mad. It's for plot reasons. Yes, these people existed and I wanted to, have a little touch of history. But I'm changing things. This isn't real life. This is fantasy. So yeah, he just kind of, looks at Saskan Luke, who looks like he's getting a little antsy, and just as he seems to be jumping a little bit too much in his chair, Heidi Jen comes over and lays down a tray and hands out drinks, puts down your normal order in front of you two, and goes back to the bar. And as your game continues, though, we're going to follow Heidi Jen back towards the bar, and as she comes around it, and puts the tray behind the bar, she goes, now, Maeve, you know I can't divulge any secrets. That is part of my job, is secrets.
Okay, didn't ask for your secrets, though. Come on now, Tim. I just said, tall, text, and how tall do you think he is? I don't think that's too much of a secret to ask. I mean...
She laughed. She's like, you think you were first in his hat?
Well... I mean, I did, but now I don't want to think about a secret for yes, I think I'm going to stick with height. That's my final answer. That's what I'm going to stick to, because that makes more sense to me. So, it's not even, either way, I was kind of saying, but that's the good to know, I guess. But you do know a lot about people. It's wondering, it's curious. Keep seeing them pop up everywhere, so curious as all.
I mean, they haven't passed through here, but they don't really need to. They got enough money and supplies to do with whatever they want.
I mean, but I feel like those times never enough money, if you know what I mean, so.
I mean, sure, if you left them to their own devices, but I mean, Butch Cassidy ain't a dumb one. You have to let it calm down a little bit before they go off running again.
Okay, true, but man, I ain't gonna hide it with that damn with on me. Come on now. It can't be that easy to do.
No.
Especially like all of them. Come on now.
5 gentlemen and 1 lady? Oh, of course it's not gonna be easy.
Okay. Well, then remember, how do things something like that could even happen? Because I don't believe that they're even doing that because that don't seem possible.
Anything's possible, darling, but you just need to think about who's going to break from the pack first. You know,
Okay.
you need to think about who perhaps. And at this, she kind of like holds her hand out.
For some money, do I even have any for? So I'll put my hand in their real job. Put my hand. We can't be doing this out here in public. Come on now.
Please, everyone here is here for a reason. Especially if you're in Tiny Jen's establishment.
What are you here for? Like, nobody asked you that question. You know, what are you here for?
I'm here to work. That's why I'm in my establishment. It ain't Sunday and it's not a day off.
Yeah, because it's always worked on me. Come on now, like, okay, fair enough.
They don't call it a working girl for nothing.
Well, do we even have any money? I mean, I feel like our...
Yeah, you guys would, like, you would have some. As long as we're not getting into ridiculous amounts, like, you have it.
I purchased the saloon from...
Yeah, like, if you're trying to do that, then we're gonna have to have some conversation about, do you have that kind of money? But if you're just, like, paying for drinks, doing a little bit here and there, that's fine. We don't track money in this system. We hardly track anything in this system.
Then I'll throw down the usual amount then, I guess, for some, maybe drink or two and some intel or something, the usual amount.
Okay, she'll take it and just kind of like put it behind the bar and picks up the cheaper version of what you normally drink and pours you a glass.
Okay, so that's how it's going to be today.
And goes, what, you might want to perhaps think about is what happens when a group, say like 6 people, go through their booze and they're just still sitting in the same place where you go to get more booze. You're not going to go to a saloon where there's sheriffs and bounty hunters and people with guns. Where you going to go get your booze? Perhaps the same place a certain group has gone to stop their own hideout, as it were, and like turns and grabs a different alcohol bottle and like walks down to refill one-eyed Ed's glass before coming back.
Where's my fine point there? Let's just say, so would I know without ringing any bells for me? Like, would maybe...
So you would know, you guys in your hideout have hooch and moonshine, so obviously not the legally sold stuff, but maybe like locally grown, as much as you can grow moonshine. But there is a couple of people locally who do sell that because when you're in a shitty town and there's not much to do but drink and shoot and farm, there's a big economy for people who can sell cheap booze that will get you drunk. And that's a large stock of what you will have lying in the back behind your bar, because while you do enjoy drinking the finer whiskey, you don't necessarily want to buy a whole bottle of that, because that's expensive. So it seems like you want some drinks in your own hideout. You guys have some of the hooches and moonshines back there to grab.
would we have a good idea of who's the biggest moonshine supplier? I mean, I feel like they're gonna go.
Biggest, maybe not, because it's hard to tell, like, who has the biggest operation. As far as probably the most likely one, it's probably gonna be, Jimmy, with an I, not a Y, because gotta be extra. Jimmy tends to, pay off what amounts to the local sheriffs around where he operates. Sometimes even giving them like free part of the supplies so that, no one bothers him or the people that come to see him for his business. So if they're trying to stay low and out of trouble but still get booze, Jimmy, while not the biggest operation in the area, probably the more likely ones that they'll go to.
Okay. So I go back and drink, kind of just lean up against the bar. So got me a lot to think about. I mean, that everything I should know, or everything, and I should know, but anything else interesting is that? So we all find moonshine, off just kind of waiting let the dust settle.
If you're trying to get more than that out of her, I will say you do need to roll for it. This is probably going to be, let's say mystery, because that's the more intellect of the theme genre.
Alrighty, I can well, that's no a bonus, we know negative, I guess, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not good. That's some hate.
I mean, she just kind of gives you a look and pours you another drink. And as she's pouring you another drink, we see down at the other end of the bar, one-eyed edge up, "Hey, another one over here, Ty, Jim." And he slurs a little bit, and he coughs and just like leans on the bar a little harder and is looking at you, Camden. And he's like, "What can I do for you, Camden? We've been going around in circles about this. Well, what is it that you need from me?"
I'll just kind of tip my hat and say, well, Ed, I know you're probably aware of the jobs that have been posted around these parts recently. I just was wondering if perhaps you knew about some, I don't know, a bunch of wild folks and where they might want to spend their time and how one might gain their trust, maybe.
I mean, kid, if you want an answer, I can give you one, but it's gonna cost you.
Okay, how much exactly?
Depends on how close you want to get to them.
I mean, close enough for a little roundup, if you know what I mean.
I do. It's gonna cost you though. And he flags down Tiny Jen. He's like, "Tiny Jen, grab that bottle of whiskey here. Camden will be paying for it." And she sets down a bottle of whiskey in front, and he reaches over the bar and grabs another glass, and is at least nice enough to pour you some of the bottle that you just bought.
Camden doesn't usually keep most of his money on his person because he has fallen for the how much you got if you ask how much something is. So the majority of his money is probably split between Maze and Patty.
So Camden's probably like, 1 second.
Hey, Maze, can you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I got it. I heard it. No, you're good. I got it.
So he's taking his time, he drinks one glass and then pours himself another one bottle of whiskey, and he's like, if you want to find where the Wild Bunch gang is, you gotta think that the Wild Bunch gang. Now most people think that Butch Cassidy and that Sundance kid run the show there. But that ain't the case. That ain't a place you gotta watch out for. And while she don't own any land around here, she may know some people that do. Might be a former cattle rustler she ran with. You know, maybe Ann Bassett has a place nearby, little out of the way, where people could hide. And you know, if you got enough land to do some farming or to do some cattle ranching, you probably have enough supplies to not really need to go much elsewhere outside the little tract of land you have. And if you were looking for an Ann Bassett, you might want to, you know, maybe try the name of someone else instead. You know, people get a little wily after a while, start using different names. Maybe Eunice Gray is the name that's used now on some land around here, for Ann Bassett. You know, maybe instead of asking around for, you know, at a place, you want to instead ask around for maybe someone sold some supplies to an Ethel Bishop. You know, because, again, if you're laying low, you probably aren't using the name everyone's looking for you under. At that, he kind of, like, downs his glass, puts it down, picks up the whiskey bottle, and, like, pats you on the back. He's like, good luck with that, Camden. And he kind of stumbles his way towards the door.
I think Camden will kind of, like, help him up and escort him out. And thanks for sharing them, what you call them, alliances that them be using now.
He just chuckles and kind of like pats you on the cheek, and he's like, "Oh, Camden."
Now you safe enough to ride home?
Yeah, I'm safe enough. And he doesn't like get on his horse. He just kind of like hut himself over it after untying the horse and like hits the bottom of the horse, and the horse almost is like this again and like backs up and starts going down the road, and he's just like across it like this, holding a whiskey bottle. Not really on the horse, but kind of laid across it.
That man's gonna put himself in an early grave.
But yeah, it seems like you all have information. So as Camden has probably some actual names, we kind of brushed over Camden's shoulder back into the saloon, to the scene going on. The card game's been kind of like ebb and flow. You all talk some more. Henri's finally lost the last of whatever money he had, and is just kind of like throws down his cards at one point, gets up and goes to get a drink at the bar. Bill has definitely definitely also a hustler, because he started to turn the flow, and so First Hand Luke's chips have been steadily dwindling, but at one point in the game, Bill kind of like looked over at you and giving you a nod, so you've actually been winning a decent amount of chips too. Like, he's been making sure that Henri's out, Fast Hand Luke's losing again, but it's not like no hard feelings at the table for those remaining. And once he definitely has probably double what he came to the table with, he kind of like puts his own cards down, like shotguns the rest of the drink he has and puts it down, and pushes back his chair and he says, "Well, this has been a fine game, but I gotta get going. I got an early start." And just kind of casually scoops the chips of his off the table, like, nods to you, nods to Fast Hand Luke with like a smirk on his face, stops by the bar to pay up the tab with Heidi Jen, and leave. And you can see, like, Fast Hand Luke has finally realized that he's been had, and he's just, like, so exasperated with it. He's so done with it.
If you have a way of contacting him, I feel like we ought to invite him more.
Oh, only if I want to lose more.
I guess that's fair. I made out pretty clean.
I think he probably looks sweet on you.
Sure. Flush, crimp a little.
Yeah, but now that it's kind of getting, unfortunately, actually past high noon, it's no longer high noon, and closer to what can be constituted as dinner time, you do see more and more people kind of like slowly coming into the saloon, people who have day jobs and things like that, finally getting off and coming in for a drink, people who don't typically start their day until dinner time or nighttime, whether that be because they are on watch at some of the locations and buildings or other nightly jobs, coming in for a drink to start the day with instead of end the day with. So it's a decent amount of people in here. You will have bits of information. What would you like to do? Like, where would you like to go to try and map out what information each of you has and piece things together?
Probably back to our place, I feel like.
I feel like we have to make sure Ricky didn't die. And that as time is going on, if he is alive, that he makes it home in time for supper.
That's a good point, yeah. I want to have the sheriff out first again, so. Yeah, let's, yeah. You ready, Camden? You ready to take off?
Camden, I heard of something that might be very much suited to your particular skill set today.
Oh, really? Like what?
2 towns over, they are working on building up a new cattle ranch, and apparently they've got a bunch of people coming into town who are particularly skilled with roping, who are getting $25 a month plus free room and board.
Well, that sounds mighty fine, but what would y'all do without me?
Yeah, what would we do? Look at it like, yeah, I mean, that's, what would we do? I mean, Camden's y'all free to leave.
Camden's our muscle. I just thought that I might pass the opportunity along, even if it's not for you. I know you have several friends who might be more inclined to take something like that on.
Sure. Thanks for keeping me in mind for that. I wonder, do you know who owns that place?
Bill owns the place?
Bill does not own it.
No,
he works
he didn't say
there.
he owned it. He just works there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I got that information. I didn't ask for it for sure.
Well, Ed told me that there's some inn that goes by Eunice that is probably hiding the folks we're looking for. That if we want to find the group, that we should ask around for an Ethel Bishop.
I did hear that the lady's name, Etta, she has some friends and family who are also known to work with cattle, so it's possible.
You think they might be the ones that you heard about?
Either that or they might be there. Apparently it's bringing in a good number of folks.
Well, you guys got some good intel. The only thing I know is that they like to drink a little bit, so they just like to stock my booze, I guess. I assume probably with Jimmy. I mean, people seem to like his stuff the best, but he tastes it all tastes pretty bad in my opinion, but this is, the top of the bad bunch. So,
Taste is irrelevant. You want it for what it accomplishes.
Oh, I drink for the flavor. Come on now. Drink for the flavor.
Hopefully it doesn't blind you. Don't drink moonshine, kids.
Dangerous, for real.
Although, there is now a brand
I know.
of alcohol. Oh, the name is moonshine? That's probably fine.
And it comes in what looks like a fuel can. And I'm just like, no. Stay away from moonshine because it's likely to make you go blind in sudden way. Why would you?
Poisoning is a thing.
Yeah.
It's very much easy to mess up.
Yeah, very, very easy to mess up. And hurt yourself. You do know where Jimmy is located. You're not super sure where whoever was mentioned by One-Eyed Ed is, but you do have names if you want to ask around for that. You do know, who would have probably tracked from the card game, because it's starting to sound like, from everything you all have learned and talked about together, that you're going to find the game. It's probably going to be by finding Edda, because she's probably the one keeping everything cooled down for a little bit. You do know where Jimmy is located if you wanted to go out there.
I mean, those are things getting a little low anyways. I mean, worst case, if it's like a bad lead, at least we get some map it, I guess.
That's true. And we have real names and fake names, so we can just ask him if a list of people have ordered.
True, that's a good point. That's a really good point. Oh, if we do buy something, my screen is a little bit too. You know, we like to be all talking when you actually make a purchase, so. Two birds with one stone, I think is a saying, or something like that. So another. 3 birds and a ticket, I don't know.
There's a bush involved.
Yeah, some bush and a stone, and y'all know.
Like an egg.
I like to think that this is how mazes with all the sayings they try to do. They're like, something, bird, stone, you get it.
No, but, you understand, yeah, exactly.
So, as the camera pulls back from you all kind of figuring out what your next steps are, we, as a group, are going to take a break. Because we are sitting at about 2 hours, so we will go take a break and come back and see what it is that y'all find. Which totally means I have to switch things right now.
See if Ricky's okay. That's the main thing.
Alright, welcome back everyone to the possible shenanigans you might be getting up into. Who knows this group? Not I. So you guys have gone quickly to the hideout to check up on poor Ricky. As you're kind of swinging by in there, you do see Ricky being pulled along by someone who looks pretty much like them, that you do recognize. Beth, his older sister, is probably in her teen years. And she's just kind of like grabbed him by the arm and is like pulling him along. And he's doing his normal struggling to fight. She just kind of like waves at you all and continues to drag him away, probably to go get dinner. You hear some sort of discussion about bath time and him like freaking out about that. And so after you guys do like a quick stop by in the hideout, if there's anything you want to grab or check out at the hideout, you're more than welcome to. But then you guys can just head on towards Jimmy.
I'll be bringing empty. I guess moonshine. I know how this works. You want to bring in containers, right? They have everything you gotta get. Assume.
I have no experience with this at all, but if you have empties, you should probably bring empties.
We'll grab some empties, and I gotta restock anyway, so.
Absolutely.
It's always better to bring your own. Not, I don't know, anything. Innocent. But yeah, you know where Jimmy's located. He's not hard to find on purpose. He is pretty deep into some, can't really call them woods. It's more like a tall grass area, kind of tucked in behind a hill. There's not too many trees. There's a couple. It is a little like tucked in and remote and hidden. You do hear some like natural wildlife going on, and you do see kind of what looks like a little bit like a ram shack, kind of just put together. And the pride and joy of Jimmy, which is this big copper pot still set up that he has, and there's a big old fire going on under it. And you do see, it looks like he has some of his workers fill in some of the jars and things with the most hot off the press batch coming through. And you see Jimmy himself is just kind of like sitting off to the side on a stool, legs all stretched out, just fully like relaxing, while a couple of his crew just bottle up, and can up, and jar up in every sort of type of container you can possibly imagine. It looks just like a hodgepodge of like whatever they could find. Like old whiskey bottles, mason jars, those big jugs that just have the corks that go in them, like all kinds. Filling them up there. And it looks like there's a couple people around that are buying, or that are waiting for their orders, for them to take with them. But, there's not too many people down. There's probably like a handful of them. And Jimmy's just relaxing, and he just kind of gives y'all a wave and you come up.
Howdy there, Jimmy. How's it going?
It's going good. Hot off the still if you want some.
Yeah, we
Just thought we'd carry these empties around.
Stranger things have happened.
Stranger things like what?
Well, stranger things. I don't know. Maybe.
You said it. That's what I'm asking.
It's just a saying.
Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah.
You know, like, two birds and a stone and something.
It's two birds and a stick, okay, they give it backwards.
And then you break the eggs in your basket or something.
Yeah, you crack the eggs over the grindstone. You crack the eggs and then Yeah.
Get your bushes in a row.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Don't cry over spilt porridge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seems you guys have been imbibing as well this evening.
But we came here for the good stuff, though, Jimmy. So hopefully you can pull out something pretty decent.
Well, a pretty penny off Fast Hand Flute, so we got plenty of money to spare for you today.
Oh, it's a good day when Fast Hand Luke loses some money. He takes the less of it off of everybody else. We just got a batch off. This batch is particularly primo. It's got just a subtle hit of elderberry to it. Very clean aftertaste. Just don't breathe in around the container. Just trust old Jimmy. Don't inhale while the container is near your face cold.
This ain't gonna, cause any vision problems. I mean, I've been hearing a few whispers around. We're probably fine.
Are you insinuating that Jimmy's supply is bad?
No, it never has been. Now, it's always good. Also good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised you have some left, though. I mean, let's say you have some new people that take your nap on the bed. Huh.
I mean, Jimmy always has a plethora of people.
Yeah, looks like you have some new people, though. I mean, feel like it's not been on here. I'm just saying things, but I guess recently you got a lot of this here. I don't know. Maybe some new folk on kind of stuff.
Keep the word spreading, getting people from others.
I mean, we do have plenty of customers, and I personally do not pay that much attention or mind as long as they got the money. My business deals in the subtleties of life sometimes. I don't mean to wax philosophical on y'all. But, sometimes those that imbibe do, have fun from time to time. And he's just like, you can tell that he's probably dipped into his newest supply. Not entirely sure of anything that is going on right now.
Well, do tell. What kind of fun? I mean, have you seen any, I mean, come on. I mean, you must have seen some face that will come by. I mean, your work is pretty darn good, so I'm sure you get people all levels.
I mean, yes. I am the premier moonshine provider in this here fine God-fearing country, because that's the time for that phrase. And we get all sorts. Fancy folks, dusty folks. As long as the folks got money, ain't no crime to find some office like Jimmy here. I mean, technically it is a crime, but, splitting hairs.
I mean, well, I think I'm wondering who's like, come on, they got some. You have some sort of juicy story, though. I mean, like, you never know what crazy been by here, or nothing, know what exciting, none of that. I mean, all people you see and everything, nothing exciting that's like, really just stay in your memory. Like, oh man, can't believe so-and-so came here.
He, does a void stare, and then seems to come back to whatever reality poor Jimmy exists into. I would like you to make me a drama roll.
Okay. I can definitely do that. Let's see.
And this will be the first roll that we have for a results chart as well. You guys into that. So.
Does it have to be someone else want to go for? Okay, well, I think someone else is going to
go. Roll first to see. If you succeed on this drama roll against Jimmy.
Ooh, I think so. That's going to be a 23.
Yep.
So,
that definitely defeats Jimmy with only a trauma defense of 11. He's not the real dramatic type, as it were. So go ahead and roll me another d20 to see what additional drama effects you get.
Awesome. Alright, let's see. Got that page pulled up. That's a 5.
So a 5 on the drama results is you can't challenge the person you lost to for 3 turns. So they cannot challenge you. They see you as a friend. Y'all are, well, Jimmy's drinking, y'all are talking. As long as you're here with money to buy booze off of him, it's all good. So he kind of just he picks up a very large jug beside him, that from the sound of it when he picks up, he probably drank about half of it at this point. Takes another big swig of it, pops that cap back on and sets it back down. He's like, did I ever tell you that the governor stopped by and bought booze from old Jimmy?
It was the governor.
The governor.
Look at the group like, dang, you hear that? Y'all, the governor.
Up in his tailcoats and top hat.
You got some fancy folk?
Yep, Jimmy is up for the fancy folk.
Well, I heard you got some favorite folk too, the other kind of extreme. I may be hearing things, but...
I mean, Jimmy does not judge except for on Sundays. Sundays is the judgment day. Not every other day of the week. While you're trying to hint and get around getting information about maybe who bought booze from him, you do see kind of on the other side of the still and like the grouping of people waiting for their order. You do see like an individual that looks a little antsy, overhearing this conversation that you're having with Jimmy.
So look at the group like, did any of us recognize him at all? Have we seen this person around, or?
No, perhaps. Let's roll. I could make it a circumstantial, but I don't want to. Let's roll mystery.
Okay.
All of us?
Yeah, everyone roll me a mystery. See if you can clock this little antsy fellow and who he is.
Nope.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, everyone again with their whole own thing. You got 20. Camden, you're really good at noticing patterns and recognizing patterns, because when you're dealing with cattle, it's not like they wear name tags. The only way to tell them apart is to recognize their pattern and be like, oh, that's Bob, that's Doohickey, that's whoever, right? And so that you learn their temperaments and you don't get trampled or have something bad happen and know who's the troublemaker. And you see this antsy guy, Maze kind of glances over you, and so you kind of like follow Maze's gaze and look at him. And he's got this big handlebar mustache. He's got this real nice jacket done up. He's got a tie. He's got some probably ruffled from traveling, but slicked hair off to the side. And that set of things reminds you of a picture you've seen recently. In fact, it reminds you of a picture of an individual and a group of individuals on a wanted poster that you saw earlier. It's not the head, or it's not Butch Cassidy, it's not Sundance, because those are names that you recognize. It's not at a place with the woman in the group that y'all are looking for, but it's one of the other 3 men. And you recognize him from that poster.
Sometimes.
I kind of indicate without like pointing or like looking directly at him, but just like seems that fella's been getting a little antsy after hearing our conversation. I think we better get hush and maybe also kind of start walking like he's gonna maybe block the exit casually. Or not block it, but like stand in between him and the exit so that he can't run away before we have a chance to figure out.
Okay, it's not necessarily an exit, so y'all are outside, but you can like kind of circle around to get between him leaving and the individual if you want. And also, roll me another d20 because we have to do the mystery result as well.
Yeah.
15. You get a +1 to any drama rolls you make. So the next
cancel out my -1.
yeah, so the next drama roll you make, you get a +1 to it. I'm actually just, for no particular reason at all, going to totally roll an innocent roll with no outcome. Okay. So you're moving. Are you moving towards the group that's waiting for their share of the moonshine that they bought, or are you moving like kind of behind the still and behind Jimmy to get between this individual?
I think I'm just kind of like kicking up some dirt and wandering around, like making it look like I'm gonna go check on the horses.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of maybe head to the hitching post and make it so that he has to pass by me if he wants to get to his horse.
Okay. So he kind of, it's still pushy. He's kind of moving a little bit away from where Maeve and Patty are talking to Jimmy, trying to maybe put a little bit more distance between him and them. And he grabs like jars from the attendant, who holds up like a half wooden crate with a bunch of moonshine jars in it, and takes it. And just kind of, instead of going towards his horse, seems to be choosing to go the other way instead.
While his hands are full, can I, like, lasso him?
Yeah, go Camden.
It's going to be a bit of a distance to lasso him, so it's going to be a little harder than a normal lasso. But I will let you roll for it.
If we see what's happening, could we help? I mean, like, if I see, Camden start to do something, can I, like, nudge that maybe we can distract him? So we can make him
you noticed the antsy man, but you didn't recognize the antsy man. And then you did see Camden move towards the horses.
Mm-hmm.
But now
she's kind of known to do.
Yeah.
But Camden also knew, okay, so I see them all happening. And Camden did let us both know, right? It's like, hey, or I think they just told Hattie then. Okay.
Yeah, because you were talking with Jimmy, so.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, so nothing has gone down overtly yet to let you know that something's going down. But once Camden makes this lasso attempt, you'll be clued in because trying to lasso someone is pretty overt.
His hands are full.
His hands are full. He is going to be pretty far away from you, so he's going to have a higher defense than normal to this. Which I'm going to pull up his stats real quick.
He has like a -5 in all his traits, if I remember correctly.
No. Nice try there. I haven't been paid off that much. So I will let you do it. You will get only a 1 per synergy because of you guys are in a moonshine place. Not really your moonshine place. You've been here maybe a couple times. But I will give you a +2 again for your rope, your prop there.
This is going to be action again?
Yes.
So that's a +6.
Oh, that's 20. Come on.
An 8.
So you try, but as you're trying to do it a little subtly, as you're going to do it, and you go, to flick back to toss the lasso at him, it gets caught on the hitching post behind you, and when you go to flick it up, it tightens up on the hitching post. You just kind of jerk, and he sees that, drops the crate, turns into this bolt. As he's dropping the crate, though, roll me a d20 for your action result.
Natural 1. What does that mean?
Roll me again, because I'm not going to do that. I am the director of making it. Okay, it's a little bit better.
Oh, no!
I rolled 2 2s and a 1 the last 3 rolls. I think roll 20 is mad at me.
Still better than a 1, though. That's just, it's still a lot.
Yeah, so, a 2 is a moral sin on the action results chart. So you're going to lose an extra plot point for the failed action attempt. But you do not have to roll an extra result. Some of these you have to lose an extra and roll again on the action chart.
So when it says lose an extra, does that mean you lose 2?
Yes. So instead of losing 1 from trying to do that action thing that can't quite get off, you lose 2 for it. And he's off like a rabbit. He's gone and left the bee behind and is off like lightning, which obviously sounded crashing and breaking mace and jars and the whole someone running away is a very overt sign that something's going down. And you see Camden trying to gotta undo that.
Damn it, this darn hitching post.
Whoa, what happened? What happened? Because I think we're over.
Deal with.
Yeah.
I got too hasty. That was one of them. The tall one or the newsy one. I don't know. But I know that face.
Was it the tall? Because I saw the tall text and news carver. Does it ring a bell now? I mean, by the scripture now. Still nothing.
It is not one of those. It is the one the one you couldn't remember the nickname of. Is the one that you recognize. But you did recognize them from that beautiful group portrait on the left one poster.
The old-fashioned headshots.
Can I at least take the crate that he had dropped?
Yes, it is going to have some broken things in it. But if you want to roll me a d8 to see how much of that is salvageable, then we can do that.
2.
Yeah, so everything is pretty broken, but there are 2 jars in there of moonshine that remain uncracked.
These have already been paid for, Jenny.
Yep.
They're coming home with us.
Jimmy, do you know who that kind of fellow was who just so rudely took off in the night?
Don't deal in names, just deal in money. He has been here a few times, though. He's been here like 2 or 3 times in the last, week.
You always head in that direction?
I mean, I do not keep track into which direction many people wander. But that's his horse, and he points to like a beautiful all black stallion that's sitting there hitched up at the post.
I'm not a horse anymore.
It does still have a saddle, the saddlebags. It is fully outfitted.
I would love to make friends with the stallion and rifle through the saddlebag.
There is no animal handling check in this system. I'm just assuming as a, rancher, you're familiar with horses.
My specialty is lashing, but my area of expertise is farming.
Yeah, so you're familiar with animals. It does seem like he's just naturally a little bit of an antsy creature, as some stallions are. Like, they just want to be running all the dang time. They don't want to be staying still. But he's very well cared for. Like, he looks like he's been brushed and taken care of and given good feed. The saddle and saddlebags look pretty new. Well oiled, very good, quality. So, some of that money they've probably been getting from all the robberies has been put towards their horses. If you do want to look through the saddlebags and see what is there, I will have you roll me a circumstantial roll, to just see what information you may be able to find or glean from in there. Okay. So there's not a whole lot of people don't carry IDs yet. There's no picture IDs yet in existence. No, but there's a little shaving kit in there. There's probably some road rations, trail rations in there. There's some ammo. You can tell that it's probably going to be a 6-shot or some sort of handgun rather than a rifle, especially because you don't see a rifle on the horse, so he was probably carrying inside of his nice little fancy jacket somewhere. A handgun, and you find a well-worn hunting knife. Has a nice little bone handle to it. You do find maybe a little small notebook, almost kind of one of those palm notebooks that we have now, palm size. Well worn and a little stub of a pencil in there. He does seem the vein type, because not only does he have the shaving kit, he also has mustache, not necessarily oil, but some sort of thing for his, a little pin specifically, and it just has a mustache in the front of it, and it's Hickory Henry's mustache beauty regime or something on it, and he did have a nice thick handlebar, really nicely taken care of mustache despite being on the run. He's probably a vain fella, with all of the grooming things you find in the saddlebag, which matches with what you saw of him despite, again, being on the run. His nice jacket, nice done-up tie. Tends to care what people think of him, probably.
I think, looking at the, mustache thing, I'll, look over to, Maze and be like, wasn't you talking about some philosophical wax or something? Is that this?
What? Oh, but that's some good, beer wax, though, but no, I think he's talking more about the, the metaphor for physics, the three occults, words that are meant to imply other things. If that makes sense. I don't know. You know what? Yes, I think he was talking about that.
All right, well, it's yours if you want it. I'll keep the shaving kit itself, but.
My beard could use some. Definitely could use some of that. So, what about that journal there? Maybe there might be some good intel there. Did you take a look at that again?
too good with my letters. I think it'd best be if you or Hattie looks at that.
Well, you know, we're gonna keep working on it, so no worries. You're getting better every time.
It's so tiny, too. It's like, I don't know. When it's all printed and stuff, that's nice. My eyes like that big.
Sure. Some people say Ryan is pretty, especially for whatever reason, a doctor, I can never read whatever they're writing. It's like, yeah, this wrong, but never read what it is. But,
I feel like Camden's, real issue is he just needs glasses, and, that's just not available.
Dang.
The farm guy.
God. Well, Hattie, you want to give it a read? Hattie?
Absolutely. I'll take a look.
Alright.
We're striking my beard.
Right then and there. Digging right in there. So you do open it up. It seems like a lot of just chicken scratch numbers and stuff, but about 2/3 of the way through the tiny little book, you get to what looks like a rough, drawn-out map. Very little detail to it, but you do kind of gather enough to kind of guess what he's talking about. It's this, it almost looks like a Y, a giant Y coming in, and he's done some poor attempts at drawing bushes and things around this Y, and some vague semblances of rocks or something. It doesn't give you a ton to go off of, but you're if he's drawing something to be around here, it's probably going to be the nearby pass. There's a path that goes through a little bit of a rocky area that is the road you need to take to either go to the next town, or instead if you go north, it takes you up into probably some more remote lands. And you do see he has a little arrow pointing up the road that seems to head more north into it. But I mean, he's not an artist. He's definitely just I have enough detail that I can navigate this map and get through it. But I don't know that anyone who doesn't know the area would ever recognize this. It's just a Y and some rocks and a bush or two. But it does make you think of that area.
I mean, I don't know if BS wouldn't be right for this, but I mean, wouldn't it make sense? So, I mean, he's pretty famous. Wouldn't want to be the best cartographer he could be too. So, I mean, wouldn't he, try to be as detailed, try to be okay, I can write maps too, want to look the best. Just want to do everything the best as well. No.
I mean, a vain man doesn't necessarily mean he's a good artist. He might just like to look good, doesn't mean he can necessarily make other things look good.
But it does look familiar, right? Can I hold it up?
Yeah.
In front of him?
It actually kind of does. Well,
what if we, might be too much all at once, but what if we try to return his horse?
I think Camden has been, hugging this horse's, face, whispering to it, and, has already named it. And, hears this, and it's you mean we can't keep him?
Well, after we apprehend them, the horses have to go somewhere, and I think, there's enough room in our shaft for 2 horses at least. I mean, probably a dozen, but at least 2 horses. So.
Well, because we were gonna use some of that reward money to make a little stable, right?
We can make 2.
Yeah. I think horses need friends. I mean, you know the saying goes, something about horses and friendship. It's there. You guys know. I mean, would it be wise to I mean, I know we kind of are friends with the detective, so we were asked to bring backup, just, you know, to finish. I mean, because...
Or we could leave a flyer, like, horse found. Contact one of us.
Okay.
That way maybe it's not the whole group and it's just him looking for his horse. He clearly loves his horse.
Mm-hmm. But do you want to get, so I guess you can get one at a time? I mean, we can get like...
Easier than trying to go straight into all of theirs.
That's a good point.
If they're hideout, I'm sure it's rigged like ours is.
Yeah, picking them off, because they're smart and there's a lot of them, so I don't think you should go right into their house.
Good point. Good point. Okay, so we put flyers and those things. We have this lost horse, and then... Okay. I mean, but I think he did notice this, though, so... And, I mean, was this going to be all caught the glance? It was seeming kind of... Because we might not recognize it. We saw him look kind of, you know, sketchy, like kind of give us that weird... He gave us that vibe, right?
Well, he got antsy when he was overhearing you ask about, like, hey, have you seen any suspicious people come about?
I never said suspicious.
Well, I know, but you were dancing around the word suspicious. But the only person who, like, tried anything with him was Camden, was trying to lasso him.
But we noticed I can get antsy, so... Because I'm just saying, I mean, he might... I mean... Because he was definitely giving us some weird looks, so... Did he come try to get it from us? I mean, it is his horse. It is a pretty nice horse, so...
I mean, they're new to the area. It's not like it says, contact Hattie at the saloon. He's going to know who that is.
True. That's a good point. Oh, that's
or
a good
we can
point.
have...
Right.
We can, you know, hire one of Jen's girls and... Then the three of us can all go after him at once.
You know, I bet if that guy's a real, you know, high opinion of his looks, I bet someone who flatters him and stuff might make him a little more distracted.
I think so.
Hey, that's a great idea.
It was like the one good idea he's had all day. Like, he lets the guy run away.
That's a truly great idea. See, you can give yourself more credit right there. You want to come up with some good plans. So, good job.
The Clipses here gave me the good idea.
Is the what?
Clips.
The black stallion just kind of like neighs and shakes their head.
Hey, that good idea was all you, buddy. All you.
Poor original Camden's horse is over off on the side, like pouting.
She has enough love for all horses. Besides, at this point, his horse is basically Mae's horse. Mae needs to ride the horse way more than he does.
I mean, hey, it's bum ankle, okay? It's not my fault. So I'm going to couple mine shaft, and next thing you know, you can't really get it. It happens.
And if anyone here is going to ride the, like, high-strung stallion, it's got to be the farm hand who's good at lassoing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I would also say, as another option before you finalize what you're going to do, Camden would know this, because Camden does have a specialty of being farm hands, knowing what's going on there. While they might not necessarily live here long term, a horse like this is probably smart enough to know where it's staying to go back to as well.
Naturally inclined to head back to the herd.
Yeah, like no, probably where, you know, if they are running in the gang and they all have horses, probably where the other horses are.
Especially if they've made this trip a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, if Camden says that, but do we want to, like I said, want to go back to the what do you call it, the nest of the ants? The ants nest, you want to shake that. Because ants are super, they'll bite.
I just can't even with maze and say.
It's a real saying. I don't know what that's a thing.
Well, so since we're here, I know that Jimmy was saying something about this batch being a bit powerful, and so what I was thinking was, way back when we used to do some pranks and stuff, we would take these bottles and like an old rag and just like stuff it in there, and it would catch on real quick, and you know.
I have concerns about Camden's childhood.
Because that would like make it a little like, cause I've seen those. That's like a little, like, kind of blows up kind of thing.
Yeah. So what I was thinking is, if there's too many of them, we could separate them, and then maybe like we talked about trapping them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's gonna be more than trapping, but yeah, we did. I mean,
or if we know where they are, we could also get the sheriff to come with us.
That's what I was kind of thinking. I mean,
then we don't have to take it so far.
True, exactly. Because they'll be right there, bam. Yeah.
And then they can't run off and take this beautiful boy away.
Of course not. Of course I know. Because now it's personal. So I think we got it. So we'll get we're going to get the sheriff, and then see this good old horse going to take us back to the ant's nest.
I think that sounds like a great idea.
I'm never going to be able to get ant's nest out of my head.
So I guess we're going to hop on the other, so we'll take the horses and go to the sheriff really quickly, and then see if we can head back to the hideout.
Mm-hmm. So I am going to roll a real fun, open percentile type. Let's see if I do the sheriff in his office building thing.
Is this late?
Or the deputy, or...
So the sheriff's not there, but let's see if one of the deputies is. How many deputies do I think? Hey, someone roll me a d4 so I can determine how many deputies there are. Get you all involved in this thing. Okay. Straight up 4. Okay.
But since we know Ricky, though, I mean, what better chance to say we might know we're positive?
Absolutely.
We know Ricky, so I feel like...
Well, okay, Ricky's not his son, is nephew, so they don't live together necessarily, but maybe, possibly. So it does look like there's 2 deputies on at the moment, just kind of watching things. But no sheriff at the sheriff's office. I was about to say, like, building or a house, but I was like, that's not right. Either of those places.
I feel like at minimum we get one deputy with us, the other one to go get the sheriff.
Yeah,
but then they'll know just generally what direction we're headed in, and they'll know that they need to catch up, I guess.
True. We can show them that, we can kind of at least give them, we have that map, so once we move, that'll kind of give them, like, an idea. So that can help them on their way, too.
Or we go get the deputies, they take us to the sheriff's house, we grab him, and then we go.
I'm just worried because that fella running back, he might alert them that we're coming. They know that we're on the trail.
True.
Although I don't think he'll get too far without his horse.
Also true. You know, at the same time, there's other moments. So this is that moment. So we definitely, I think we need to.
Skedaddle.
Yeah. So I guess we'll get who's over there and kind of both of us can kind of find us. You know, maybe let's sort of trail or something. Yeah, I think that's And we're just gonna find the next one that can take off.
Okay. So it sounds like y'all know what you want to do. So remind me, are you leaving them both?
We're gonna take. I think we're gonna take one.
You're gonna take one? Okay. So very much a Barney looking from like that old TV show. I don't know if anyone's seen it. Super skinny, dorking looking deputy, who's definitely way more gun-ho than his ability to back up that gun-ho-ness is. Follows you, sends the other one off to go get, the sheriff. Are you showing him like that kind of map thing that you guys found? And kind of like, which way or on the road are you going? Are you following the arrow north?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be my guess. And like where we think that is. Like we think that's by the pass in between A and B.
Well, if you would like to know what that looks like, we might have a map of some sort.
Oh wow, yeah.
That I totally need to show the people, but I need to zoom out first because I'm close for the people to see anything. Sorry.
We do have those broken bottles too. Maybe we can leave a trail of those, since we have that bottle thing somehow to like leave a little trail for them to help find us.
Really horrible version of Hansel and Gretel.
Pretty sure that's how the story went, some broken glass the kids
broken
found.
Bottles,
Yeah. Kids love broken things, so it makes
right,
sense.
broken glass with little droplets of like super strong hooch.
This sounds
like
like
a great idea. We're not asking for trouble at all.
This sounds like a bad idea.
I mean, just so sheriff can have a try to follow, you know what I mean? Because these are officers, these are definitely theirs, so, they definitely purchased this illegal substance, not us, I'm just saying. I'm saying this to us, like, not to the sheriff, it's like, with us, like, this is just,
He dropped it and ran, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're just bringing it back to them, right?
Exactly.
They left the bottles, they left the horse.
And to just let you know which road you're coming up, I've just kind of dropped a little star. So you're coming up this road here, towards that intersection. Like I mentioned, it goes south to head towards a nearby town, and then goes north to more remote area, and that is the one that had the arrow in your very crudely drawn journal map, as it were.
Is it getting dark too? Because it was like dinner time, right? So it's getting pretty dark, right?
Yeah.
Well, at least we're being quick.
And they won't necessarily know that we're approaching.
True.
Good point. So I guess from here we'll probably let the horse lead. Is that how horses work?
That's how horses work. You say as you ride a horse.
I don't know how they I just ride them. I don't know their functionality, okay?
Jim done this before. He, has a light rein, lets the horse know that it's okay to lead the way, and
Okay. So the horse is just kind of nosing along. Gets to the intersection. Looks like he doesn't. He kind of just stops for a moment. And I don't want to say cocks their head because that feels very dog-like rather than horse-like.
Ear twitch.
Yeah, little ear twitchy, a little head shaky, like they heard something. And and then kind of huffs and goes to, like they're going to move up the trail there. And as they do so, you hear a sort of whistle. Not a normal whistle. And you figure step out from wherever they might have been hiding.
And it's trapped.
And step into the path of the horse.
Hi there, fellas.
Howdy, y'all.
And they've got the very stereotypical bandit outfits with like the bandana up over their face, so you can really only see like their eyes, their hat, big hat pulled down. They got overly large coats, you can't really see if they're packing additional handguns. The two behind you have rifles, and they got those up and trained, ready to go. One of the ones in front of you does have a handgun out that they're pointing at you, and the other one's kind of loosely got a handgun but isn't directly pointing at you yet. And is the one that kind of like called for you all to stop as they stepped out. You're not quite sure what the other two have, but you do hear that there are two more people coming up the road that you had just left.
Rex?
That is a mighty fine horse for you to be riding along there.
So we're taking him back to his owners. It's a friend of Ethel Bishop.
Oh, well, I mean, it seems like we're the new owners now. You know, get off the horses, leave your belongings. You're welcome to go back the way you came, or to continue on. But I think that these horses in their fine gear seem like a good toll.
Sheriff, I mean, do you think it's a good idea too, Sheriff? I mean, do you think it's a good idea for us to leave our stuff, Sheriff? Is that a good idea for us to do? Just leave our stuff right here? I mean, I feel like the other sheriffs would be mad if you...
The other sheriffs?
That are coming, so I feel like that'd be... I don't know, I don't think they'd be too happy.
Okay, so you're trying to bluff that there are multiple sheriffs.
Well, because we have a sheriff with us here, so we would be able to...
You have a deputy with you.
Yeah, well, do they need the deputy though?
So you're trying to bluff that the deputy is a sheriff, but also that there are more sheriffs on the way.
I mean, as far as I know, there are. As far as I know, I'm probably because...
I know, I'm just saying, this is the bluff you're trying to pull off.
Yeah, we'll go with it. You know what? Yeah.
Okay, so if that's the bluff you're trying to pull off, I would say that this feels like an interpersonal thing, and instead of being just a straight your drama roll versus their drama defense, y'all are gonna have a drama off. Just dramatic. Okay. A drama off. You're both gonna roll, and whoever more of a traumatic person. I don't know if I want to cuss yet on this or not. I really want to. I'm really tempted to just be.
Would I get any bonuses since like this thing is pretty dramatic? I feel like. I mean, the whole guns, like it's a pretty tense, emotional moment.
Emotional moment. I don't know that you're not really related to bandits or highway heists necessarily, so I don't know that you would get a synergy bonus.
But I have a bandit with me though for prop. I mean, he's like a prop, technically, right? I mean,
the deputy?
The deputy right here.
I don't know if I can consider a person a prop. That sounds like a very slippery slope.
True. Okay. Well, then I get on. I'm off the internet.
But I will point out you do have BS points if you want to try and make yourself more related to the scene.
I don't know how I could BS anything. Backstory involving anything. I mean, maybe I know some of them from the town that I was kind of not exile from me, but maybe a town that I kind of get down from or something. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I knew a couple of bandits from there.
I don't know that you can necessarily notice any of them, but I will offer you, if you want to spend 2 BS points, and add to your backstory, that maybe as the mayor of a former town that you were, the reason it was so low crime is that you actually had deals with the local bandits to just kind of like not bother the locals, but have, occasionally go after any of the tourists or people passing through. That was fair game. You have had dealings with bandits in the past? And you speak their language?
But I want to say no, because I don't want him to be like that. Because if he did, he'd be shame-filled. So if I do set it, I can make him kind of shameful and add to the drama. So, because that's maybe why he left, because he got tired of being that way. So I'll accept it and be almost like a negative point, because it's like a point of shame for him. He's got to relive that moment. So.
Okay, but you do know how to talk to bandits, so I will give you a synergy bonus of 2.
I do, for not a good reason. Okay.
For this roll-off, I'm just gonna roll open 2.
Well, you roll first. Let me see so I can just know if I need.
You need to talk to your dice and tell it what to roll.
Okay. Okay.
That is a 19 on the die for a total of 23.
How much was synergy though?
2. 2 synergy.
Plus 2?
Yeah.
Oh, because I got
2 plus whatever.
Plus 6.
Yeah,
so that's a 24.
Oh,
okay. I got that plus 2 bonus, plus a plus 4, and 18. So I think that's a 26.
Okay, yeah. So you beat him. So it was in this drama, history roll. It's a drama roll.
Drama.
So roll me another d20 for your drama result chart, and to see what additional thing happens on top of everything else.
Okay, gotcha. That's an 18 on the die.
18. You have befriended this dude. There's something in the cadence that you're speaking with him, or like words that you're dropping to like let him know that like you guys are like copacetic, like I'm cool with the bandits. I would say thieves can't, this is a different system. But like the things you're saying or the hints you're dropping, he's kind of like picking up that you know what's going on. So he's like, look, I can let you pass, but there's going to have to be some sort of exchange. We won't completely strip y'all, but there's got to be some give and take.
Did you find any money from the guy who took off? Do you have any money?
Well, we do have 2 very nice, high-quality bottles of moonshine.
Oh, we do. That's a good point. Mm-hmm.
We could just tell him they all broke. When we get to where we're going.
He kind of like seems to like side eye the guy with him and look over y'all's shoulder to the people behind you. And he just kind of like nods. Yeah, I think that will do.
1 bottle per pass, this way and then back.
I mean, it's getting a little late, so we might not be here on your way back, so we'll take both of those bottles now.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. You boys have a good night, though,
Be safe out there.
Y'all too. And he takes it, and the ones in front of you and from the road you came disappear first. The ones behind you seem to like stick around and keep trained on you until everyone's gone, and then kind of like back up and like let you go.
wipe my brow just so I can shake my head a little bit. Just. Alright, how's the deputy looking too? Like, how was he like? You got co-deputy.
He. I don't know if green in the gills is the right term. But this is probably the first time he's seen any action. So I mean, he looks a little shaken up.
Get to know where we're going after this.
He agreed to come with us?
I mean, y'all just kind of like came in and said, you with us, you to the sheriff.
I think we made a, not a broad decision, but we made a decision.
We did make a decision.
So that situation is handled, so you all can just continue on down the path, up through the north. You kind of go on for a while, the horse is kind of leading the way. At this point, the sun has set, it is dark, but the horse seems to know where it's going. And eventually, it leads you down a little trail off the side at one point and into the salt flat kind of area. So the ground around you is getting a little bit more crunchy. It looks a little white from just like the salt itself. Almost like if it had snowed or something here, but it wasn't cold. It's just very salty. Like to the point where like as you inhale, you just kind of like taste a little bit of the salt. It's just kind of in the air from being here. And you do kind of start to spot as you all get closer, what looks like maybe a little setup tucked into these salt flats.
I assume we're walking. I assume like we're kind of
Slow.
Yeah. I'm just like we're facing the pinner, but I feel like we're going kind of slowing it down to get near.
Yeah. Tie up the horses somewhere not too far, so that if we need a quick escape, that they're within reasonable distance, but not so close that
they can just see us when they look out the window.
I'm like, Billy, you sure you're okay? I'm assuming his name is Billy. I'm gonna call him Billy because he seems like a Billy.
He seems like a Billy. He doesn't answer for a second because he doesn't realize you're talking to him. And then he goes, yes, Clyde, sir, I'm fine.
Clyde, you want to stay here and mind the horses while we go round up these varmints?
Yeah, should we like hide before?
I mean, well, we're gonna make sure the horses are like out of sight, so kinda, yeah. But not too where we can't get to you when we need to.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely can stay with the horses, sir.
You're not gonna leave, right? Oh, sorry, you won't.
If the sheriff and the other deputy come, what are you gonna do?
And he just points towards the house.
Correct. Good job.
Look at the sky, the night sky, and it's like, well, it's been a long life.
Yeah, so you all tuck kind of behind some rocks a ways away so that, you're not spotted. It is, once you get out of, from behind this rock crossing that you're hiding behind, it is very flat. There are some bushes to hide around. It is at this point really, really dark though. So you can like vaguely see that there's some structures in the place. You can see that there's light from the, like, what looks like the main house, itself. And and I mean, it sounds a little bit like Clyde's struggling with the stallion, because the stallion was like, I was going home, excuse me? Like, I'm right here, it's right there, it's right there. And you do hear kind of like the sounds of like, horses, and you can kind of tell that there's like a vague stable-like structure that the noises seem to be coming from, so that's probably where the other horses are, by the house.
Before we get in, I'm going to stop the group and I'm going to give Hattie all the money that I have. Hey, if we do have to run, like, there's no way of making that with this bum ankles, so don't just take it off, okay? Like, don't worry, like,
If you say that before one more job.
I know, I do.
When you know good and darn well that Camden can carry you out of here. He has done it for the last 5 times.
I give him plenty of piggyback rides in my time. I bet it'd be fun.
And he jumped that pistol one time, I still get that, because I'm not light. I don't get how you do that. Well,
because it jumps up and out and down off the horse, and sometimes you gotta jump on 2 horses, make sure they're... Yeah.
I like that that's just a normal thing. Cameron's like, yeah, sometimes you ride 2 horses at the same time.
When you're in a carriage and then the harness starts to fall apart, you gotta stand on top of both the horses and fix it up. It happens.
What if we like sneak to the stable, let the horses loose?
Or at the very least, maybe like cut the saddle, the girth, so that they can't put the saddles on.
Right.
Smarter.
Cut up the bridles.
Okay.
I was thinking too, since we don't know, we don't want them all together, right? We don't have the plan from before because the bottles are gone, but what if we caught one of them in the outhouse or something?
Oh.
Trap them in there.
With their the same with their shoes off, I think it's the same. Yeah. It's a good, we could that's a great idea.
What a horrible visual.
Catch him with the shoes off.
Take out that bone knife that I got from the bandit we're about to try to kidnap or whatever. Slash the girths and the bridles.
You're being very quiet to do this. We're like,
Yeah. So you are trying to assume, not catch attention while you're doing this, as Blake pointed out. There is no stealth roll, but I'm going to have this be just a general circumstantial roll, because, the horses are involved, so maybe they get a little too noisy. There's also, unfamiliar terrain. So just give me a d20 roll. I will give Camden a +3 because farming, so you're used to the animals. And it sounds like you have a dubious childhood upbringing from exploding things for a fun prank. Stuff, exploding things.
You're on a farm all day. You only really interact with animals. You come up with wild things to do in your free time.
Look, I'm from Kentucky, and I have not blown up.
Yeah.
I will say I was trying to channel
in the water.
I was trying to channel a little bit of Jason Mendoza, so that's where the Molotov cocktail idea came from.
I have not set moonshine on fire to roll to distract people as a fun prank. That's not my childhood.
Do we have this? Because, I know we have some at the ball, so do we actually do that, right? Does Camden have a couple of those?
We still have the broken bottles, which just wouldn't be quite the same.
Oh, I thought we made some before, okay.
So
we could use the broken glass as a booby trap.
Yeah. I will give Camden a +3 because you're used to horses. It sounds like you have a dubious upbringing.
A comedic prankster past.
Yeah, totally comedic prankster past. Hattie, I will say, navigating in the dark and doing this stuff is kind of athletic, and that's what you're built for, so I'll give you a +2. Blake.
Look out. I think it'd probably be a look out, because I know the bandits kind of work, so I feel like I may look at a note to look. There's one kind of.
I'll let you be a hideout hideout. Yes, you're a whole hideout yourself. Everyone pile into base. No, I'll let you be a lookout. Yeah, I'll let you be a lookout. You don't have to roll anything because it's just the stuffing and cutting loose the stuff people that have to roll. So you can play lookout.
I don't know why I did this, like there's a sign of the moon outside or whatever.
Yes, let me make it darker for myself to see.
It's like when kids do this, like, I'm using binoculars.
It makes me look closer.
Alright. Oh no, I rolled a natural 1. That's a 4.
Oh my god.
Wait. I'm lucky. Once per event, you can re-roll any roll and must take the second result. So we're going to do that one more time. Okay, 7. A little better.
Better than a nat 1, for sure.
Better than that.
And let's see. Companions. Okay. So I can offer you...
Wait. Hold on. Let me double check in the rules. I think I have thoughts.
You have thoughts?
I think so. Because that's what plot armor is for, right?
Plot armor is so you don't lose plot points when something happens.
Oh, okay.
So I will offer you as a DM deal, director's deal, whatever. I can't say DM, but I did deal with it.
Director of the movie.
Yeah, I will give one of you a chance to re-roll. However, if you fail, you will lose 2 plot points instead of the normal amount. And if you roll a failure a second time, you will have something interesting happen that may not serve you in your favor. So, someone wants to dance with the devil, as it were.
I only have 3 plot points right now.
We'll do it then.
So happy. Oh my god, so happy. I'm just outside looking on and see what's going on. It's like, yep. It's going well in there.
That is a much better roll than last time.
Oh.
Thank goodness.
So a 20.
That we can work with.
that you can work with. So some of the horses, they don't know you. I don't know you. What are you doing in my space? Are getting a little rowdy. And Camden is distracted by the horses because new horse buddies. And so it almost...
Hi, my name's Camden. Hi, my name's Camden.
Yeah, it's okay. We're friends. So Camden is really into it, and like it's just riling up the horses a little more. And it's starting to get a little ruckus, and just as it seems like the horses are just gonna go crazy, you're like, I've had enough of this, and you grab all of their leaves and just yank down, their heads go down real quick, and just like settle them all onto the ground. Like some of them were like getting a little antsy and rearing up a little bit, and you just like yank them all the ones that are there down, and just like hold it firm and retie them to the posts a little tighter. and it seems to like settle them just a little bit more, and let you all get through with cutting whatever it is you want, from the saddles or the bridles or whatever it is you would like to cut. So yeah, you've successfully sabotaged the horses. And with that, you also got, you rolled a 20. I will say you do also catch just very vague movement in the darkness, and you do realize that they probably have a couple of them patrolling out rather than everyone just being in the house.
That's what I was worried about.
Would I see them outside?
They're not quite close enough to spot anyone or to see you, but you can, where Hattie is, you can just kind of like see like a darker shadow in the darkness, kind of like passing, looking like just enough movement to be like, there are other people out here.
Can I tell with that, I guess? Could we put, like, the broken glass at, like, the entrance on either side of the, like, barn stable area, so whenever they run in to get the horses, there's a bunch of stuff causing problems?
I mean, you could definitely do that, yeah. So the ones that...
And if they're standing, like, right outside the door, obviously we don't...
Yeah, no, they're a ways away, almost like maybe they're, like, patrolling the edge or whatever the property is, to just kind of, like, keep an eye out. They're not, like, smoking outside the stable door or something like that.
I think that's what we should do. Well, being food. So, like, how much will broken glass matter?
I don't know how well the cobble industry is at this point in history, so... I don't know how to answer that question.
But if they've been on the run for a while, they probably haven't been able to get them, like, patched up or anything.
Yeah, I mean, it would definitely be a roll to see what would happen when they ran across the glass.
Is this the barefoot bandits? I thought it was barefoot bandits. Could have sworn.
Wild bunch. Not
wild
barefoot.
Bunch of barefoot bandits, you know. Wild bunch of bears.
Wild barefoot gang.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to go against the wild bear gang, I can make them all bears, if that will be more fun for you.
We did that last time. That's why I got the stars and so.
That's why he's got the bum leg.
He's like, it's just a building full of bears.
Oh god.
My nemesis.
Yeah, then I feel good about that. If they have to see what happens, then I feel better about it.
And I will say, since you are keeping an eye out, Maze, it does seem like there are people in the main building. The lights are on, kind of see. The curtains are drawn, but you can tell the lights are on, and you can tell there's like movement inside. You're not sure exactly how many are inside, but it does seem like that's probably where, if not all of them, most of them are holed up.
Okay. You guys been in there? You guys good?
Yeah.
Alright, so then let's see.
How do we get them out of there? And
Well, maybe we can use their horse, you know. Maybe bring him and have him kind of take off so they want to come go get it. I don't know if that'll work, you know, some sort of ruckus to get them, you know. Oh, maybe let's say we're like a rival gang or something like that, you know, kind of scare them out. I don't know.
Well, don't we want to keep them, like, inside or wait for, like, one to come out at a time?
yeah, I'm just not sure what'll get them out.
well, working with knowing bandits, when I know, like, word, like, so that bandits, like, kind of, that gives me everything. I know these kind of things, and he's gonna be like, okay, bandits, they're definitely afraid of this or this, or bandits are definitely tied to this. These are the ones I talk to, work with.
I mean, bandits are only as coordinated as their leadership are, so, like, you work with bandits that are just kind of like, they all do their own thing, and there's, like, a loose affiliation. You've dealt with bandits where, like, it's almost, and this is probably a loaded word, but militaristic in, like, the hierarchy. To be like, this person's the leader, this person is, like, the second in command. People take marching orders, they fulfill those marching orders. It's a very well-oiled machine. The fact that there is some sort of patrol, that it looks like their forces are ready to go in case someone does find them. The fact that they did pick a remote location and have been kind of laying low and doing very minimum trips out of it, probably stands to reason they're a little bit more organized. I mean, you also know that they've been drinking a ridiculous amount of moonshine, but because their new supply got interrupted, they probably don't have much or any of it left. You can't guarantee that they'll be inhibited in any sort of way. At best, you might be able to, like, pick off a patrol or two before they realize what's going on. So at least get a couple of them before the rest kind of get a hint to something going down. Yeah.
Well, maybe just wait for the ship to show up, with more help. That way when they try to run, they won't be able to support she has to do the saddles, so maybe just kind of wait it out for that to happen. We know they're getting kind of, we know they have a little bit of a drink, so when they do come, they're not going to be on their A game. That's going to give them probably more. So maybe just kind of wait out for the help to come.
Yeah. I just think maybe that guy who was at Ginny's might have given them a bit of a warning that somebody was watching out for them.
Yeah, a little heads up. I wonder, Billy, that was your name, right? Billy?
Clyde, man.
I'm so sorry, Clyde. How far was the sheriff's home from the office? Do you know?
I mean, if he is at home, it is like a 15-minute ride out of town. But if he's not home, then it's a 15-minute ride back into town, and then like a 10-minute ride out of the other side of town to his sister's place.
So what I'm hearing is it could be a while.
Yeah.
In that case, we gotta get something done.
Yeah, but at least came to your point though. I mean, if they were freaked out, they don't really seem like, because they patrol, they don't seem to be too like, oh, we're about to be found out, There's something moving around inside. I didn't see any kind of, did some of their hustling, right? When I saw like, the shadow silhouettes, wasn't like rushing, just kind of walking around more. Was it like more?
I mean, you're not close enough to see any detail. You just like occasionally see what you can determine to be some sort of movement going on inside. There's no like, you're not close enough to see like a cadence or like how many people it is.
And I saw two.
You saw one to tell you that they was patrolling, but it's probably two people out here so that they can kind of.
We didn't hear anything, right? Either we didn't hear like Roper or nothing, like no like. So the stables are kind of close. I feel like. We didn't hear nothing.
There's enough distance between the stable and the house that unless they're like shouting, you're probably not gonna hear anything. Or unless there's like a party going on, you're not gonna really hear anything.
But that's just raging and shouting the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the gang. Alright, well, we need to do something, but, so what do you...
There's a person patrolling and he's not that far out. They. Could be Miss Etta, I don't know. I think it would make the quickest and the best sense to go after them. Then, depending on how much of a problem that causes us, try the other person patrolling, or just go in guns blazing.
I don't have no guns on me, so I can definitely...
Canes ablaze.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely at least try to pose like a distraction from what we're trying to take down, so I'm going to do what I can to help you guys make it easier that way.
Camden and I would be the ones who are working on getting him out. And then if you hear it go poorly, you take the black horse closer to the door like you're trying to return the horse. That'll be the distraction.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Because that way you don't have to worry about necessarily running around or anything like that. Like, they won't have to know that we are all here.
Or that we're together in a group.
Right.
True, that's a good point.
We could have just been a coincidental group of people talking to Jenny earlier.
And I just play it off as like I'm a slow walker, good Samaritan. My wife says, okay.
As you all are talking, you see Clyde just kind of like slowly raise his hand.
Yeah, Billy.
Clyde, sir.
Hi.
Clyde Billy, yep.
There also seems to be that empty building, and he points to the right. It's like kind of diagonal across from both the stable and the main building. He's like, that one seems dark. Might be like a good place to stage things from. Maybe not.
Oh, like make a noise so somebody comes and checks it out?
Well, also it seems like a bad idea to just be standing out on the open salt flat if they got guns.
Good point there, Billy Clyde. You have a gun too, though, right? I mean, do they?
Yes, sir. I have a gun.
Do you know how to? I mean, I know you know, but you make me feel more comfortable. You know how to use it, though, right? Just in case, like, we need like protection.
Yes, sir. I know how to use the gun.
Okay.
That's literally the only requirement for this job.
Yeah, but doesn't have to be a good shot. Okay, so we're gonna try to make him get to the house then, I guess. That's hopefully empty.
And it doesn't look quite like a house. It looks like maybe some sort of like barn or equipment shed. It's definitely much smaller than the house.
Like storage?
Yeah. Like, cause if this is like a working farm or a working area, like you're not gonna keep the tractor or whatever you use for the work in your house. But you're also not gonna leave it exposed to the elements.
Right.
What's gonna be the key word though if things go south for me to bring the horse to the door? Is there anything else that I can know?
I feel like you'll hear it or see it or know.
Well,
I feel like you'll know.
We can always try to, like, I don't know, howl like a wolf or something. That would make you feel better to have a code word.
I feel like hearing gunshot is a pretty clear indication that something's gone wrong.
That does feel correct, especially in the dark.
well, let's just be safe, okay? I mean, as much as we can. Getting too old for this.
You take care too, and you know what? This job goes well. Might very well have to be the last one we need to take, right?
Yeah, that's a good point, but how many they might have said that phrase before the last one? But yeah, no, you're right. This is, I believe in you guys. I mean, y'all done some great stuff in the past, so thank you for the soft with you too.
Don't get soft on us now. You gotta wait a couple hours, probably.
Yeah, that's just my belly black. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. It's been, I've been suffering for a couple years now, some decades, so.
While you're having this discussion before everyone breaks off and goes off their way, Clyde kind of like tugs on Camden's like shirt sleeve. He's like, if you still want to explode things, and he hands you like this little hip flask. But if you open it up, you don't even have to have it near your face to tell that it's Jimmy's hooch in there.
I won't tell the sheriff about this if you don't tell him, right? Alright. Damn, how much them deputies get paid these days?
Pretty good. I'm just starting out, so I don't make as much as some of the others. Definitely don't make as much as the sheriff does. $10, $12 a month, not bad.
Good to know.
I'm assuming it's not bad. I don't know, audience, what the proper pay wage is this time frame.
In all world, it's this much.
I did do like a conversion for inflation, and the reward money is worth about like $160,000 like now. So
it's not a small amount of money.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have the best mind shop ever. Okay, dang.
I am, however, just average wages. Because now I want to know.
Yeah, right?
Oh, wow. The hourly wage in the 1890s is like 13 cents an hour.
Oh, yeah.
Big money. Dang.
You watch stuff from back then, and it's like, I made $2 a week. And I'm like,
dang.
I roll.
Coincidentally, that's how much I make.
Same. But yeah, so, high risk, high reward kind of job. We'll just say that's the normal wage because that hurts myself, that a nominal average salary is 1890 or 650 a year.
And that's the whole, this is our world, so that's the whole, like, that's it is what it is. That's the day. That's not so much they make them right now. I agree with it.
Fair enough.
The
cattle people get paid twice as much a month, but it's fine.
Yep.
It's $21,000 a year in our time, so
pretty close to minimum wage.
And I mean, low requirements. His only requirement, as he told you to get this job, was that he knows how to use a gun.
Exactly.
So you never said how well.
I'm a warm body and I know how to use a gun. But yeah, so he hands that little hip flask full of Jimmy's hooch to you. So won't be able to do quite as much as maybe a mason jar full of moonshine would have, but it'll do something depending on how you use it.
Away we go.
Yeah, away you go. So are you is it you, like you know who I'm talking to? It's Patty, and Camden's gonna go off and try to take out one of the patrols, do you want Clyde to hide with you in the, equipment shed outbuilding?
Yeah, nearby. We'll be close, close enough we can gesture to each other. So I'd say so, yeah.
Okay, so Clyde will go with you, Mace, to hide in that building, and then Hattie and Camden will go try and take out one of the patrols.
I think we'd have to have near the horse, though, because, like, the backup plan is, like, I have to bring the horse, so the horse has to be somewhere nearby, that's the only thing, so we might be near the horse instead. Because the plan was if things don't stop, I have to bring the horse, so I need to be near, because I'm not fast. So we had to bring it near the horse, or bring the horse closer, somehow, like, as close as we can. Like, maybe behind those rocks, behind that behind the building, possibly. Yeah, like, right in that area.
You can head back there for those if you want.
We try to calm the Glad down, because I'm sure he's just shaking, but it's fine.
He definitely could use that hit flask right by now, but... Hattie and Camden, you are trying to sneak up on a patrol. I'm not going to bother with the circumstantial roll to get close to him. It's dark. You're both vaguely athletic. You're not carrying a bunch of jingle jangles. So you can get up on him. Since you are surprising him in the dark, though, you both will get one chance to do something before he gets an opportunity to react. And then once you both have had your one chance to do something, if he's still up or, with it enough to respond, we will draw cards to see what the turn order is.
I think, I don't want him to make some noise and call out for help. But, so maybe one of us covers his mouth and then the other one can tie him up or something?
I think so. It makes more sense for you to do the tying up, but you're also bigger. So it also makes sense for you to...
I can pre-tie. I'll do a quick slip so that you can just pull it tight. I'll prepare the rope ahead of time to give to Hattie.
Perfect.
Okay. I will also, because, I'm just a fan of chaos, remind you both that you do also still have DS points to spend at any time, if you would like to spend it for funsies. So Camden's going to try and grab them, keep them silent, and Hattie's going to try and rope them so that they're tied up.
Okay.
Both of those are going to be action rolls. So let me pull up what you're going to roll against, so that I know. I don't know if you can hear that my cat popped by, but how dare you close this door, madam?
Can we, this makes sense, I think. Can we, use BS points to say that Camden, participated in, an annual, greasy hog wrangling,
yes.
Sort of wrestling?
Yes, I will let you spend a BS point on that. I will also offer as the DM, if you want to spend another BS point to give yourself a little bit more of a questionable childhood, you've already exploded things. So you're used to, just sneaking up on people and muffling them so they don't startle and make a noise. It's another fun prank to just kidnap someone and drop them in the middle of a field.
Hey, farm pranks. That's what you do on a farm. That makes sense to me.
I think so. You have to sneak up on the cows to tip them, right? So.
For anyone who doesn't live in a farm area, don't do it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
It's not.
Also, don't bring the cows upstairs because they can't go downstairs.
We have had a senior break happen where they did take cows upstairs because they can go up, they can't go down. So they had to take 3 days taking cows one by one down the elevator to get them out.
No.
that it's like a not like a kidnapping people, but like a silencing roosters or something. I mean, this is the farm life. Make friends with all the animals and name them all, and then you eat them for dinner.
That wrong, bringing that chicken
my pig pork chop and my
my chicken dinner. If you want to make that a little bit more aggressive childhood, I will let you do that for a DS point, and then I will give you max bonus for both of those DS points for both of those additions.
So how much is that?
So I believe it is a total. I might be totally wrong. But I believe the max bonus you can get, and I'm totally not buying myself time by drawing it out, by looking at the PDF. I think the max you can get is +6. You will just have a +6 plus whatever your action bonus is normally.
Ooh.
Do I get a prompt bonus for this pre-rigged knot?
I don't know. I will offer you the same kind of deal if you want to try and add something to your backstory that maybe gives you a little bit more of a handle with ropes, even if it's pre-made ropes or some sort of dubious nature as well. That might give you a little bit of a bonus.
My safe game answer is that Hattie is a very observant person, and so she has been watching as Camden does the various knots when he's fidgeting in the safe house.
And he does that all the time in the yeah.
We have a lot of downtime.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of downtime, so there's a lot of time to learn a new skill like that.
My wild card answer for that is probably going to be something along the lines of I don't know, I started with trying to be the good daughter you were supposed to be, and doing my sewing and then my mending and all that sort of stuff, but I got bored because it's not fun, and I would start doing different knots and things like that because my father was a fisherman.
Ooh.
So he taught me when I was little.
Okay. I will let you pick either of those without telling you which one. One of them will give you more of a bonus than the other. So you have to make your decision on how you would like to adjust your backstory before I tell you.
That's hard.
My dad sailed a boat somewhere. He knows how to make knots. So that's my vote.
Okay. I will give you a total of +4 between prop and synergy bonus then. So +4 plus whatever your action is.
Plus my d4.
Yeah.
I had good bonus, but I didn't.
Yeah.
Got an 11.
I gave you everything, Camden. You could have had it all.
It's because I've been rolling so poorly. Roll20 just does not like me. I should roll real dice.
For the record, even with a +9 bonus, Camden rolled a total of 11.
Oh. well, 11, but we also got a 20.
Yes.
22. Dang.
Hattie was a lot better at roping than Camden was at keeping the person quiet.
He hesitated because they said alive. He doesn't want to. He's used to, cutting the heads off of the roosters and.
I was told I couldn't kill him.
He went to cut him, but wait a minute.
The hands were in place to just.
Instead of a grasp, it's more like a hug.
So I will say, obviously the muffling wasn't successful, so he's able to get out a shout. But he can't get to his gun, he can't run away, he is roped up, and able to be tied up. So at least you have one person who can't get in your way. I'm just gonna roll some dice to see if people heard the shout.
Can we-
if I heard?
Can we then stuff his, bandit bandana in his mouth so he can't make more noise?
Yes, you can do that once you've got him tied up. You're not sure if people heard the shout. There's not
An immediate.
yeah, there's not an immediate burst of activity of people kicking down the door and so it's not immediate showdown. But there's a possibility that he did shout loud enough that people heard him, and so maybe they're doing something. It's just not immediately guns blazing kind of thing.
Did I hear outside? You mean the
You did hear the shout.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
It's not loud enough where it's next to you or close, but you did hear the distant shout of the patrol. So
that's because they're right next to the house, though, right? 'Cause that building. So
this building right here with the chimneys is the main house. You're by this building.
That's where they are.
You're off somewhere off the map over here.
Yeah.
You went after the patrol. So they are closer to the shout than you are, Maze. So if you heard it, it's likely they heard it.
Eyes in the house, people was making a move to come out.
No one's coming out guns blazing or anything, but they do have curtains drawn, so it's hard to see what they may or may not be doing inside.
At least no one came outside, so I looked at them come outside. That's the right thing. No one came outside.
No one came out the door that you can see at least. The front door is really the only one you can see from where you are.
I think Camden is gonna kind of pull him into the bushes a little bit so no one can come untie him and find him right away. And then be like, should we go after the other patrol guy real quick? Or?
I don't think so. Nothing
You
too crazy's happened so far.
I can't really shoot. I mean, not that I go take his. Did he have a weapon on him? Does he?
Oh.
I will disarm him if he does.
He does, yeah.
Do we need to...
Control him, so he definitely has weapons on him.
I'm gonna be shocked. I know on the farm you definitely were good at practicing with that, so maybe came down, I'm not sure, or I'm not sure what you guys are shooting, so.
I'm better at the lassoing, but I can aim okay.
I feel like I'm probably...
What is your action defense?
What is that plus my action?
So it's your action
Do I roll for it?
plus 10 is your defense for any of these phenomena.
13.
Okay. So while you're getting them out of the way, you found the guns, you're figuring out what you're going to do next, you hear a crack sound out, and a flash, and I'm going to roll one more time to see what the additional effect is before I finish narrating this, because if it's explosions, I'm going to just have you
That's
die.
over here, right?
It's off on the other side of the, because they went off, they went off the map. They went off the map this way to go deal with the patrol guys.
So that I wasn't there talking about. So then that happened. I thought they went over with us again. And so I wasn't talking to them. Because I'm over here at the horse still.
Yeah.
My bad. I thought we were all together. My bad. That's my fault.
So you hear the crack, you see a flash of light, and you get hit in the shoulder from a rifle shot, and it kind of spins you a little bit, and you hear some shouting. It seems the shout alerted the second patrol guy that was out that something was going on, and he kind of snuck up, taken a shot, and done some alerting to things going on.
Can I react to this and try to lasso the gun out of his hand.
So he's using a rifle that's pretty far away, dark. But at this point, it is probably time to draw some cards for turn order. I'm going to draw them. I want to give them options.
I think we can click the draw button too.
Yeah, we can.
Ooh.
Yeah, so everyone draw me a card. I'm going to draw some number as well.
Dang, King of Diamonds, okay.
Okay. So, once everyone has cards drawn, does anyone have any of the ace or face cards?
Yes.
Okay. What card do you have?
King of Diamonds.
Okay. King of Diamonds. Does anyone else have face cards? Okay. So one of them does beat you. So they'll get to go before you. They have an ace of diamonds. So they'll go and then you'll get to go right after them. And unfortunately, it is the dude that was on patrol. Which I guess makes sense because he's already like doing stuff. So I'm gonna roll for him again to see if he actually manages to do something or not. I'm assuming I'm also gonna roll the CCC target again. Camden, that a 10 does not beat your action defense. So you see Hattie get hit in the shoulder, Hattie spinning, you hear the shouting, things kind of like start going off. You hear the sounds of running and maybe the person who shot like changing position. But you're more alert now because they've already gotten a shut off and they try to do it again. You do see it come from like the flash come from a slightly different area, a little closer. So you manage to like drop when you see that flash happen, and avoid the shot. With that though, that does mean that Hattie, it is your turn now because you have the face card. You're next in the turn order.
Can I kind of like, because we were trying to drag the guy into the bushes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can I just sort of use whatever arm is not the shoulder that is terribly injured now to kind of like hoist him in front of me?
And use him kind of like a human shield kind of deal?
Right.
Yeah, you should definitely do that. I mean, you're athletic, you're good at it, he's already tied up, so he's not going to really fight you on that. So you don't really need a roll to do that. Are you trying to, like, lead him to the house? Are you trying to...
Not necessarily. At this point, I think I'm mostly just trying to, if anybody else gets shot, somebody's coming with me.
Mm-hmm.
But I would probably say to Camden, like, we gotta figure something out about that guy.
Yeah, so you don't have to roll, so it's not really like leaping, shooting, be my friend, anything like that. And I will give you, there's really not advantage in this game. But I will give you a +2 to your action defense, because you do have a human shield now. So as long as your meat shield is still alive, you're a little harder to hit, at least. So yeah, so you got a little bit of a bump to things. The shouting you just seem like has kicked the hornet's nest is more the proper saying. And it does seem like there's a lot more activity now. You just see You do hear what sounds like people getting out of the building. You do see one person does come out the front door, but it seems like maybe there's another door or something that they're coming out of as well. But it does look like there's a few moving towards where all the commotion is happening. So there's some movement happening to kind of rush around to get there. Yeah, okay. So we have no more fate cards. Do we have anyone 10 to 6?
I got an 8.
Okay. 7 and 8. We do have a 9 on the other side. Before.
If we know for action defense, I thought we rolled that.
No. Your defense is 10 plus whatever your stat is in that genre.
Okay.
When do we there's a point where we do roll.
Comedy.
Yeah. But it showed, because that was an example, okay, because I thought I saw an example in there where they rolled. And they just added like that, whatever it was, they added that to it.
Because comedy is the healing kind of role. I know at the very least action is 10 plus whatever your stat is.
Yeah, comedy or mystery at first is just flat 15.
And with comedy, you can choose to fail it. Like, if you're trying to heal a friend, your friend would be like, I'm not going to fight you healing me. That's just silly. Just like you can fail a save in other systems if you're like, why would I fight my friend trying to, like, dance me out of this situation? That seems silly. So comedy ones you can choose to fail if you do want to take that benefit that they're trying to give you. But for stories, if you want to fight it, I mean, I'm not going to like be upset if you want to fight getting healed.
But no, let me die.
Alright. So, we had an 8 and a 7. Maze has the 8?
Yes.
Okay, it's your turn now.
Oh, did it? So the 9 was the people moving them? Do I see any more?
So you see currently 3 out. 3 of them have kind of like, 2 have come out the front door, moved around, 1 came out of a side door of some sort, and is now towards the back of the house. It looks like they're all heading towards where they're hearing the gunfire and shouting happening.
I'm gonna tell who is glad to stay back just in case it pops off more. I'm gonna hobble out there, you know, where the real slow gate with the horse to the front, because that's like that thing's going bad. So I'm gonna walk out with my horse, with their horse, so I can really just say, you know, emphasizing the limp, like, you know, hey, look, no trouble. No horse. Good Samaritan.
Good Samaritan. In the middle of the night during the gunfight. Yep. Okay. Roll me a drama then. As you're playing up this limp, you're coming up the walkway in the middle of a firefight, trying to play off innocent boy.
I mean, does the horse help at all? Does the horse could be kind of like, hey. Oh, that's a nat 20, so that's gonna be a 24.
Alright. Yeah, when you start coming into sight with the horse, the 2 at the front at first round, and it looks like they're ready to pop off at you, and see the horse and see the hobbling. Let's see what additional thing you get. You did do drama, so roll me another d20.
Yeah. Oh, yes, I can definitely do that. Let me. Dang, that's another 20. Oh, error of your ways.
So these two cannot challenge you first until you attack.
And I can't attack, so it's never happened. I can't even attack on passive. Alright.
So they round on you, see that you're limping, and you have what they clearly recognize as one of their horses.
This is your guys' horse that kind of led me here.
So they're going to move towards you. I'm assuming you're probably coming up towards them with the horse. And they're kind of like going to keep an eye on you. They're at the ready, but they're not going to attack you because you're just a poor limping man.
I don't want no trouble. I was kind of here to the horse. Like it led me here. Like it. Whoa. Yeah.
So at the very least, you've managed to distract two of them who are getting ready to run off in the direction of your compadres. And then Camden, you had the 7. Alright. What do you want to do?
So I want to kind of slink closer to the patrol person that shot at us and try to, as I'm closer, try to lasso the rifle away.
Okay, roll me action.
Come on.
17!
Yes.
There you go.
Better.
And roll me another d20 to see what additional action you think happens.
Explosion.
Oh, actually it is explosion.
Yeah, 16 to 18 is explosion.
Yo! They blow up.
So you do manage to lasso them, and you yank something. Instead of yanking out their gun, though, fully, they do lose it from their grip because that was your intent with that. They lose it, but it fires off. The thing you managed to grab, though, seems to be a small bottle of Jimmy's moonshine. So as you lasso that and you're yanking it towards yourself, and you've like knocked the gun out of their hand and it fires, that stray bullet does hit the little bottle of Jimmy's moonshine, cause a bit of a explosion right in front of them. It is closer to them than it is to you and to Hattie, so you don't have to worry about it. It says it doesn't have to be a actual explosion, but you know what, mister? It is a literal explosion, and you can't tell me differently. So it explodes. It kind of does kill everyone's night vision a little bit, because we just had like an explosion go off right near us. Yeah. It's probably also definitely let everyone know where y'all are, but they are without guns, and it says that I don't like what it says in addition, so I'm gonna say it's gonna skip their turn and not, because it just says the person in turn order before you, which doesn't make sense if that person is nowhere near the explosion.
I can't go now. I'm just like, oh my god.
That very distant explosion that I kind of see. So the person in front of you is going to have their turn order skip, which actually is right up, at the top. So they're no longer going to have that turn. And we have a couple more guys on my side to go.
Did Hattie go again then? Or was that the base cards? I'm sorry.
No, so we're finishing up, if you remember, there are 6 individuals who are here. I know, you guys decided to go after a gang. It's almost like there's a lot of people to be considered a gang.
We thought we got to scrap those bandits. There was like 6 of them, so let's take them.
I really thought that those bandits were the ones we were
Me
looking
too.
for, and I was like,
Me
no, please.
Classic fake out. So the ones are gonna just kind of rush in the night towards their fellow compatriots. But they're not gonna quite get there yet. So the guys who got exploded in front of get skipped. Which means King, which I think is Hattie, is next.
Yes. I don't know what I want to do. Because I have been shot. And I'm holding a guy. And that seems like a lot. Yeah, I guess maybe if I have my knife on me, like, do like the like standard threatening you, and also that means if anybody gets close enough to us, they're gonna see that I'm threatening.
Mm-hmm.
Which of these guys is it? The guy whose name we don't know?
The guy whose name we know. Which guy is it? Let me just roll. Because we took out two guys. I rolled for the one that was tied up. I did not roll for the... Oh, wait. The tied up guy is the one who's the human shield.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the one whose name you never figured out.
What's your name, Fancy Pants? Maybe that important if you're a member of the 6-person gang and you're the only person whose name we don't know.
Hey, go him.
So, let me look up what, I'm just making sure I'm not making an old man a young kid. So this is, News Carver.
Oh, I know that one.
Yeah.
And he is a younger, man. He does tend to wear, like, a bowler hat rather than your typical cowboy hat. So he is kind of younger. He's clean shaven, short hair, kind of very serious looking. So he is the only one that y'all didn't know. And he kind of like, he struggles fully a bit, but you have the knife to his throat, so he thinks better of it. And kind of just like spits on the ground instead. Like he's waiting, for something to happen to give him a little bit of an edge, on all of this. Yeah, so it seems like he's pretty docile for now, because he does have a knife to his throat. Is there like any info you're trying to get out of him, or like anything else additional that you're trying to do?
I feel like... No, like, mostly the information that we needed so far, like, we've gotten, that's why we're here. And then, like, I have my knife, so if somebody else is coming at me, I can throw it at them or something. But right now, I feel pretty, like, comfortable.
Okay. So he is pretty well held up. This one. The one going after you, I made it to this corner, I think, so he's gonna get close enough, probably, to be able to shoot at you.
Is he the one whose turn got messed up because of the explosion?
So the one who shot at you is the one who went at the top of the round, so he got skipped this time. He didn't get another pot shot at you. But now there's the people coming from the house towards you. He's going to start getting opportunities to keep you.
Like if they're on guard though, they could stay on the side.
They could. It depends on if they care.
Those us like they're bandits.
You do start hearing gunfire coming from behind you towards where the house and maze is, but it doesn't hit you. Kind of just goes off and sprays some dirt near you. But you do start to hear more shouting and firing in your direction happening. And then other guys are just gonna run. Oh, I should have numbered you guys. It's fine. And then you have 2 distracted, so they're not gonna move. And then there is an 8 and a 7. 8 is maze, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's you.
I mean, I guess we're gonna keep distracted, so I'm just gonna keep, try to think if I can do anything else that'll help.
Try to get Eclipse to run over one of them.
Oh, but I don't know how horses work.
I don't know how to
So, I must be, as you know, really like old guy, like, so, like, they kind of freaked out maybe by the noise, but kind of scared, but trying to, like, not look freaked out, so, like, it's just, get a mighty fine horse here. I mean, where we gotta get home. Real good horse. Real good coat as well. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep just chatting him up, the old person can't just, like, keep chatting him, like,
and they are starting to get a little bit antsy. They're not going to attack you or anything, but they are, like, looking over their shoulder towards where their buddies are running and where all the, like, gun fighting starting to happen, and they're starting to get a little antsy. But you haven't attacked them yet, so they're not going to attack you because of that, drama.
Yeah, I wanted to.
And then I believe Camden is after me.
Yeah, I think because the guy before was a little bit stunned, I do want to try to tie him up as well, so that we have one less person to deal with.
Okay, you can make another action roll against them.
Did I get anything for my lassoing skill?
I will give you a +2 for the lasso.
12.
Better.
Better, not quite. He doesn't get caught up. You've already managed to disarm him, so he doesn't have a gun at least. But fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me kind of deal. So he knows you have a lasso now. She's like,
do I notice, like, can I tell if the sheriff is on his way yet?
I mean, it would be hard to see, like, there's not, like, a star floating over the sheriff's head to tell you which of the, like, things of people running towards you and firing is friend-shaped. So it's kind of hard to see, to be able to tell that. There is a lot of shouting, there's a lot of shooting, so maybe some of that's at you, maybe some of that's at someone else. But it's too hard to be able to see in the dark. It's just flashes and pain. Flashes and pain. Two guys in front are still distracted. He's gonna run up.
Is there deputy doing anything too? I mean, I'm not sure. I know it's told to stay back, but I mean, it's on person, so is he doing anything?
I mean,
going down.
You do see that he has your back, but he's not gonna, like, jump out and start shooting at the two in front of you, because they don't seem like they have their weapons raised at you yet, so he doesn't want to, like, get you shot.
Okay, fair enough. Good point.
Because that seems like a bad idea. But, let's see. You do see him disappear for a moment, and he does seem to like go off in another direction, kind of wide. And there's a couple moments where like people are running, they're shouting and shooting happening, and you're not sure what's going on. And then you see a slight, at first, a small like almost kind of like ribbon of smoke happening from one corner of the main house. So it seems like maybe he set a fire as a distraction. So there is a fire going on now in the main house. Maybe cause some distractions and things. So that's going on. So he did do something. He just didn't want to shoot. So possibly.
Okay. Arson's fine.
You know, him and Camden are on the same page. Just a little bit of arson.
Just spice things up a little bit.
A little bit. Okay, we're back up at the top. The guy doesn't have a gun anymore. So he is going to just try and tackle probably Camden, because Camden took his gun, made something explode in front of him. So he's going to try and tackle Camden. Have a little fun with that. Oh, that is a very good roll. I'm assuming a 22 is higher than your action defense.
Yes, absolutely.
I swear to God, if I roll explosion for a tackle, okay. I'm not gonna be very happy if I roll explosion for tackle. So he just line drives right into, like, fully launches himself. His shoulder goes deep into your stomach, like, makes you lose your breath. And you feel like maybe something cracked or popped a little bit when that happened. So you are going to have your next turn skipped, as you try and like wrestle and catch your breath and get this guy off of you. Cause it's, you know, possibly a cracked rib. Is what you're dealing with here a little bit.
Casual.
It's a little casual cracked rib for funsies. And then the king, I believe, is Hattie.
Yes. I will see that and be like, oh, hell no. And probably attempt to, like, how did we tie this man? Did we hog tie him or just hand sound?
That would be my question to you. You had a slip knot prepared for you. How did you go about tying the man? Do you know how to hog tie?
I would assume I don't. So.
Maybe would have taught you.
So then his hands, at least.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming we did
Hands
like
and
a.
arms.
Yeah.
I would say probably also like feet, because you did say you were going to leave him in a bush, and I'm assuming you wouldn't leave him without his feet tied in a bush.
Yeah. You can just get up and run away.
Yeah.
It's hard, but you can do it. So then probably. How far away from me are Camden and the other guy now?
They're probably 10, 15 feet from you. The beauty of this system is you don't have movement, you just say a thing and you assume you can do it as long as you roll a success.
Cool. I'll probably, like, the guy's in front of me, so I'll probably try to, like, knee his knees so his legs bend, and then I can just, like, drop him, and then throw my knife at that guy.
Okay. I will let you do this.
And I would like to expend DS points that I have practiced that in our, like, downtime in our hideout.
Okay.
And, like, I'm sure Ricky wants to, like, practice to shoot. And I'm like, listen, we'll work our way up.
Okay, I will give you an additional bonus to that, but I will also let you know that since this person is on the ground grappling currently with Camden, if you do miss with throwing this knife, there's a chance it just misses everybody, but there's also a chance that it lands in Camden.
Do it anyway.
Assume the guy was on top of him, and that would make him an easier target.
It's more likely, but because we're adding the bonuses and stuff. But it's not just like a stagnant, he's on top, wailing on Camden. He tackled Camden to the ground, and they're kind of in the midst of figuring themselves out. So it's maybe more likely you're going to hit him, especially with the bonus you're going to get from that BS add to your backstory. But if you do miss, there's going to be a chance it just misses everyone, but there's also a small chance it will find its home in Camden.
Well, let's go for it. What's my,
Yeah. So I'll give you a +2 prop bonus, because you have a knife, and I'm going to say it's your throwing knife. It's the knife that you got in your hand. And I will give you another +2 for synergy bonus, because you have been practicing and showing Ricky how to throw a knife at a target. The only thing keeping it from being the full 3 is that it's dark, so I don't know necessarily that you've practiced throwing knives in the dark and moving targets.
Talk in the mind.
In the mine, yes. In the hideout, no.
Ricky, I'm gonna teach you a fun little trick. It's called, see those bats? Throw a knife at them.
Fun new game. Throw a knife at a bat. Now in stores this January.
So that's 4 for my bonuses, and then my action.
Yeah.
And then...
Alright. Yeah, so,
work with the 22.
Yeah. You don't hit Camden. You do hit the dude. Since you did succeed on an action roll me another d20 so we see what additionally happens.
I am going to use my characteristic where I get to, once per scene, choose a result instead of a roll. And I'm going to choose just Bruce Ego, that nothing else goes wrong.
Okay. Okay. You can do that.
Or is that... Yeah, because...
So, I mean, that would be beneficial to the person you're going after.
That'd be a good
So
thing.
what I might suggest is...
Oh, so, okay, sorry.
Injured?
The result part also goes in their...
Yeah, the action roll is the thing that happens to them, and not the thing that happens to you. Or if you get explosion, it's just a thing that happens. So I might suggest injured, because it would skip their next turn.
I would like to do that.
Okay. Yeah. So they take it. They shot you earlier in the shoulder, so you give it right back to them, and that knife just buries itself into one of their shoulders. And they cry out in pain.
And that's going to make it harder for you to grapple.
Yep.
Sucker.
And I will even say, since their next turn's getting fit, that the force of the hit probably, caused them to, give Camden a little bit of leverage, so they're probably tossed off onto the ground next to Camden rather than actively grappling with Camden. Yeah. Okay. And then... you have a queen. And the queen is just gonna shoot this. Does they hit? No, they do not hit, but you do have bullets flying around you. and you guys are out of commission, and then Maze. What's up?
Is that is Tracy smoking up in the house?
Yeah, like it's definitely more than a ribbon now.
Whoa, is that the fire? Yo, the fire, look. It's real tough, so I'm gonna just look real freaked out and change the fire happening. Just a house is burning.
It's definitely a much easier roll, but it is going to be another drama roll. You do get max bonus because it is actually on fire. You're not lying. It's on fire.
What is that?
I believe the max bonus I said earlier was 6.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
17. Thank God for the bonuses. 17.
Yeah. So you point out, and they both turn to look, and the house is on fire. You didn't lie. It's actually on fire. And so they go to go deal with that. They start shouting. One guy said we'll go to deal with that. The other guy is just gonna go make sure that it doesn't get to the stable. Because they do have horses.
Do we need to roll again for the cemetery? No. I'll just see if they go for it, or do you need to roll on the results too?
So you will roll on the drama chart as well, but you succeeded in being like, there's fire, and there was fire.
No, there's not.
You didn't lie.
Does that make him more credible in the next round?
You didn't lie. It wasn't fire. You do additionally roll on the drama results chart to see what else might happen.
I think there was just kidding. 18. Wow.
I mean, it's pretty much the same thing. They're not going to attack you or challenge you until you challenge them, because they're busy dealing with a fire that you pointed out. So they got bigger problems than an old man who's limping and bringing a horse in. They have a fire and a firefight happening behind them. But
my friends know that, because I kind of looked into their house because this is for friends, so imagine this old guy saying,
fire! Thanks, dude!
Good Samaritan, see, look at that. A bird horse gave himself with the fire. Come on now. Okay.
They're distracted dealing with that, so those are two people who aren't shooting at your friends at least. And then we're going to toss it over to Camden. You no longer grapple. You do have a skip turn.
Turn because I'm injured.
Yeah. Can
it still stand up?
Yeah, you can still stand up. Movement's just considered a thing. You just can't issue a challenge to anyone. That rib's not feeling great though. You are familiar with what a cracked rib or a bruised rib feels like. Getting knocked off horses and having a not so fun time with cattle occasionally. You do know what that feels like.
If a person's incapacitated, they can't move a turn, would it be an action for the time up if they can't do? If they're gonna fight against anything, I'm just telling you, they can't do nothing. So
I'm putting up a challenge against them if they're not able to do it.
So it's not like D&D where they're paralyzed.
I know, sorry, I had to ask.
Or anything. It's more of a they can't issue a challenge, but they're not comatose.
Oh, I get it. Okay, sorry.
they can't just contribute. Yeah, they can't contribute to the scene essentially.
Okay, that makes sense.
You are gonna have some more fun dudes coming up though, and try to give you some happy, good shooting time.
Okay, your house is burning down.
Yeah, their house is burning down, but there's also a firefight going on in front of them.
But so they still lose either way, it's all I'm saying.
Ooh. Okay. So, Hattie, 19 against your action defense. So,
yeah, that'll get me.
You, before I say you and something, you roll. Should chart, in case I have to ad-lib, okay. Do you have any VS points left? How many VS points do you have?
It's 4.
I'm going to take 2 of those so that you don't. I offer the exchange of 2 of those so you don't lose an extra plot point.
So I would be losing 2 or losing 2 DS points and an or a plot point?
Yes. So whatever your action economy, not really action economy, whatever your economy is with plot armor and plot points, I'm going to let you essentially use 2 DS points to block one of those plot points instead of having to use the plot armor to block one of those plot points.
Love it.
Okay. Because it was double the plot point damage. That's what I rolled. So I was like, I don't really feel like doing that then. But I gotta take something. So I'll take 2 of your DS points.
Can live with that.
Yeah.
Literally.
Another shot hits the ground near you though from the other guy. Sprays up dirt and rocks and salt in your faces.
Pretty.
I mean, better that than hitting you.
Yeah.
And then we're right back up at the top. However, you stab the guy in the shoulder. So he loses his turn. So then it is Hattie's turn now.
These other guys are coming up. My knife is in the guy's shoulder. Yes. I don't know. What even makes sense for me to do in this moment is more my question.
Either dip or, but I know you probably wouldn't because Camden's there. So
right.
Like dip, but Camden's still with you.
At this point, can we see the fire happening?
I would say between probably the shouts from the 2 that May pointed out shouting fire now, you could probably see that there's something going on, and you hear the shouts of fire, so you assume it is the fire, even if you can't fully see it yet, since it was set on kind of the far corner from where you all are. So you do know that something is on fire.
I would like to... I don't know. Is it valid to try to get my knife back out of that guy?
Yeah,
so I can maybe throw it at someone else, or...
Yeah, I mean, again, the beauty is, if you just tell me what you want to do, which is like, you want to barrel roll, or the correct verbiage version of that, to pull the knife out and chuck it at somebody else, if you succeed on your action roll, you just do it.
Yeah, I want to do that.
Okay. Yeah, so go ahead and roll me an action roll for it.
Does it get my,
Yeah, the same bonuses for last
bonuses?
time for using your knife.
Yes.
I'm so good at this.
Yeah, so
I love
not
knives.
only do you get to it, so what you almost kind of leap over Camden and roll on the other side of him. As you're rolling up, you yank the knife out of the dude's shoulder, and you toss it in the air and catch it by the point and just chuck it at one of the people that have been shooting at you. Roll me another d20 so I can see if I have to ad-lib explosion. Actually.
13.
13.
Oh.
I do not have to add with an explosion.
Ooh, this is perfect, though.
So you landed in, you hear some sort of shouting, and I'd say you're probably close enough to see that you landed it in the guy's, hand that he was holding his handgun in. So now he has a knife through the center of his hand, and has, like, temporarily dropped the handgun in front of him, so that's, I mean, you can't put a knife through a gun, so that's how I'm saying he's losing this prop.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unfortunately, it's not a laser knife, but he's lost his shooting hand, at least, and the gun is on the ground. So one of the guys no longer has a gun, who's been shooting at you. And actually, it's the guy whose turn is next, so he can't shoot at you.
Sucker.
And then, Maze, it's your turn again. You got the two guys distracted with the fire. Is there anything else you'd like to do while they're distracted with the fire?
How'd that guy do with the glass?
He hasn't gone into the stable yet. He just ran towards the stable when you said fire. Because he's like, shit, horses, fire!
Do I see, so I walk a little forward, do I see any of the sheriffs coming? Like, because I can see, like, a path, like, it's kind of an opening here, so do I see, like...
I mean, so if they were coming, they would be coming from the way that you came from, to the other side of the compound.
Oh, it's over here? Or, I'm sorry.
So you guys came up, you guys came from this side of the map, and then you hid over here with the horses when they went to go deal with the patrols. So if a sheriff was coming, it would be coming from this side. Not.
So where'd you ping? So it's coming from where, close to the spot we were hiding, or?
So it would be coming from over here. So this side of the map is where it would be coming from, instead of where you are on the other side.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm looking, because it's open. I mean, it's like an open pathway. I feel like I get still be able to see, like, if there were, like, horses or anyone coming that way. So do I see anyone?
You don't
hear anything?
See anyone, but it's also been, like, 4 rounds, so it's been, like...
Couple of minutes?
Oh, so it's
not even that yet.
Oh. So it wouldn't, okay, so I guess, this wouldn't, there's no point to even look, because it's been, like, a second.
Yeah, because everything popped up.
Planning ahead of this.
Yeah, everything popped up. It's not like slow motion, this is taking minutes. Mm-hmm. This is like maybe a minute past and all of this is going down.
Ooh, there's not much. Okay, but just I'm gonna walk to. So this guy here is going to the house. Or where's he going?
He's running towards where the main fire looks like, because that's where Clyde started. It was in that corner. So that corner of the house is the one that's on fire. The other guy ran towards the stables because he was like, shit, fire, we need to get the horses out.
Well, since we're friends, I'm going to walk up to this guy, see if I can, like, how can I help? Since, like, we're kind of befriended now, so I want to ask him how can I help, to distract him more, to kind of, get on his good side. So, yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Okay. So he kind of tells you to get water. You do see like there's like a little bit of a well in between the main house and the stable. And it looks like he's like grabbed his like big jacket coat thing and he's like using it to try like pat out, smother some of the fire going on, before it gets further. But he essentially shouts at you to get water.
Oh, do I have any stuff? So we pulled up some liquor, right? I mean, I don't know if I still have it, but we got some. Can I, instead of water, use or fill up like a little water like that and throw it on the fire?
I don't know that you have enough to fully fill up a bucket.
I'll put a little like I got some water, but mostly even if it's just that to kind of just like throwing on there. Like pretend to get water. Just use whatever little bit amount I have. Just kind of sloshing on that.
I will say, I will give you a mason jar's worth of moonshine for a backstory point.
Okay, that's my last one. It's not like health, so screw it, why not? Yeah, I'll use my last backstory point for that, that's fine.
Okay. So you act like you're getting water from the whale. You grab the bucket. Yeah?
Yeah, I'm coming. Yep, I'm coming. I got a little bit of water. So I can't carry.
You wanted to say something? Okay.
I just wanted to make sure the torrential downpour above me is not, like, beating down this microphone.
No, you're fine.
Okay. It's very loud to me, so I was like, I don't know if it's gonna be.
No, if you couldn't hear my cat screaming, I don't know that we're gonna hear.
I can't hear either of those things, so.
Perfect.
But yeah, so you run and you act like you're getting water. You take out the little mason jar of Jimmy's moonshine you have instead and pour it in there and like hobbling, carry the bucket back and hand it to him. And he grabs the bucket from you and tosses it on the fire. And that shit just whoosh. That whole quarter is now on fire now.
What the hell? Oh, what the heck? I'm sorry, excuse my French.
I will say though, you do have to roll another drama to see if you can play off like you're shocked at the fact that you handed him something that increased the flame instead of help put it out.
I mean, sometimes water maybe it's like an oil fire.
I know,
so
so I'm giving you a chance to pivot.
Okay. And we're just being befriended help me in all this roll since we're not enemies.
No, because befriended just means he won't attack you.
Dang, that's fine. 15 plus 4 is 19. The dice are all. I
Okay.
need to put the slots into this. So it's
Okay.
19.
So he's too busy figuring out how to put out the fire to put two and two together or to turn and attack you. Because now that whole corner of that building is on fire. And so he's like, calling out warnings and stuff. The other dude, where's he going? He's just gonna start throwing open the doors of the stable and just essentially trying to get them to go out on their own because there's no way one person's gonna deal with horses for 6 people. The kind of deal, and just get them away from the fire. Does the glass affect him? No, the glass does not affect him. He's got boots on. So he's just kind of chewing up the horses out of the stable, undoing them from the hitch and just shaking them out essentially. So now you do have a group of 5 horses just kind of running away from the building and all the chaos that's currently going on. So that's what he did on his turn. He lit the building more on fire because he trusted you.
Did something, you guys. It did something.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
What would you like to do?
Can I make my way, find Eclipse and hop on? Because I feel like I could do more from horseback with my lasso. And look around either for the sheriff or for Edith Place, because I think she was the main person that they really wanted. And I feel like getting out of the line of fire over here is probably a good idea.
Okay, so running and hopping on horseback to be in a position to lasso people. Action roll. Let's see what happens.
Do I just add my action then?
Yes, because you're not necessarily interacting with anyone or anything like that.
18.
Yep. So you're still a little bruised up, so you're still kind of catching your breath. But you do manage to kind of gain speed. You kind of whistle or call for Eclipse, and they take off from where they were with Maze and just run towards you and kind of meet you. And you kind of just like hop on horseback from there. And you get a little bit of an advantage next to your own horseback and everyone else is kind of running around. That guy's without a gun. Yeah. So it's hard to see who's who right now in the chaos. Besides the guy that you did take out and lasso. But it does look like most of them, there's 2 that are busy handling something else. There's 3 near you. One has a knife through his hand, thanks to Hattie. So he doesn't currently have a weapon. There are 2 near you now that do have weapons. And then there's the tied up dude that's still back with, where Hattie is. You can overview at that. I would like, and I'm not going to tell you why, each of you to roll me a D100.
So the one with the 0, so that'd be like, so I got, so a 10 and a 4, so that's a 14, right? Okay.
So, you do hear some additional shouting, and you do see, horses kind of barreling towards the place, and they do just start firing. A couple of stray bullets maybe get a little too close to y'all. This is just how it is. Camden does take a graze, and Maze does also get a little bit shot. But the sheriff and his deputies have come in and just started firing and taking people out. It may end up killing some people because this is essentially just a firefight, so you may lose a little bit of money. It does seem though that they are able to round up rather than kill everyone, but they do end up having to take a couple people out in the firefight. I will say if one of you wants to be the one to roll it, I will ask for a D6 roll to just see how many of them do end up surviving this little firefight that y'all get in as the sheriffs and deputies show up to help wrap up the rest of the game.
So they all could live potentially, though. That's a D6. Who wants to roll
they
it?
could all die.
Well, they're all but one. All but one, because at least no matter what, one's living. Because it's D6 no 0, so technically.
Yeah, I guess
So
that's true.
Who wants to roll it? I mean, if no one goes, I'll roll it, so.
Go for it. Ooh.
How much money will you make or lose?
Well, I'm not getting much money. That's a 1.
Ew.
Okay.
At least none of us died. I didn't care for much for money anyway, so.
Let me see which ones die then. So only one's going to survive, but let's see what order these people die. You did.
Sorry, y'all. That was a look right out roll.
You did. You did. Yeah, I haven't rolled the same person twice yet.
Oh.
It's just very convenient for killing people off. And you did. So the only one that you managed to end up taking alive at the end of all of this night is the Sundance Kid himself.
Okay.
So that doesn't land you that $2,500 payment, because that was Butch Cassidy that they were looking for.
But could we make the argument that they did this? I mean, this is sheriff. I mean, yes, we led them here. We got them like in.
Technically, we brought them to them alive. They were the ones that killed them.
Exactly, they killed them. They're the ones who killed them, so we didn't kill them.
Didn't do nothing.
Camden's happy he got a nice stallion out of it, and he got a tip about a ranch job. So
yeah, it does say alive and captured.
Well, at least one of them was captured.
Yes.
Yeah.
You still get $500 for the Sundance Kid. But they were looking for the gang leader, which is Butch Cassidy, for the $2,500.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but we stopped this reign of terror, though, so you think they'd be more grateful still, but okay, that's fine.
They might be grateful, but it doesn't mean they gotta pay you if you don't use the term. Wanted poster.
They kill them on purpose, too. Like, we ain't paying these people. Bam, 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 bam. This is it. This is on purpose. It's fine. Here from my
I give them nothing.
But yeah, so you do get $500 at least because Sundance Kid is taken in.
I'm hopping away right over to Hattie though, because I didn't know anyone got hurt, so I'm trying to check on my friends for see what happened with them.
Yeah, I was shot. Cam was shot.
cracked a rib.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that part.
Yeah, your friends are a little worse for wear.
Touch. Fine.
We're all still alive though, so I'm gonna give a group hug. Like, so happy. Like, at least like know you guys are hurt.
Could be hurt a lot worse.
We look around the dead bodies, like yeah.
So you all do get, once you get back to town, you get patched up. You come back the next morning to the sheriff's office to collect the at least $500 that you made off of this. And we're going to take a moment with each character and find out what you do with your share of the money. So going around, Maze, what does your character do with your share of the reward money?
I help the others see whatever they want to deal with. Well, I've done everything I want to do, and I got what I want, so I'm going to help them out with whatever they're planning. It's not to be napping, like, well, they're deciding to be taking a nice nap. Let's kicked up, came, resting on the desk, and just taking a nap while they do what they do with the money.
Are you taking this nice nap in your normal nap corner in the hideout?
Yeah, wherever we are, so, I mean, like, wherever... I feel like we're doing this back at our place, discussing it, so... Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, so wherever we all are, be napping. Yeah.
Okay. Hattie, what are you doing with your share of the reward money?
I think Hattie is ready to replace, like, the chair that's rickety, that he makes all that noise in, and, like, that sort of stuff, so she's, like, very much ready to, like, spruce up the place a little bit and make it a little bit more comfy, cozy, and then is going to recommend that the extra money that we have from Maze go towards the now 2-horse stable we have to build.
Nice to stable.
Yeah, Camden, what are you doing with your share of the reward money?
Yeah, I think he is going to build that 2-horse stable and then maybe set up like a little plot to have like a little farm going. Aww. So that there's like a little... Like, maybe if we're like, Maze, it's time for you to retire, why don't you, tend to the garden and we'll take care of the rest.
That sounds nice.
I can do that. Yeah, okay.
Like, creates like a place with like a hammock or something for him to relax in.
My granddad used to farm. I didn't see him too much, but he was a pretty swell guy, so yeah, I definitely love to learn. You have to show me how to, you need to kind of teach me a little bit, I know I got a water room, I think. Right? So you'll teach me. I got you. You guys you'll teach me how to get it.
Camden spends a lot of time just like shirtless, building the stable himself and like tilling the land and everything.
Okay. So we come upon everyone's kind of in the hideout again. You know, after a day of working, Hattie is doing their knife throwing thing into the table. Maze is off in his corner, kind of napping. Camden, kind of just sitting there and relaxing, taking a breather between all of the work happening, and going on. And we see Ricky burst in again and just, once again, startle Maze awake, slamming a reward poster in front of him. And as the sun sets again, see, I did it, I said the name, we pan out, back out of the hideout, back out of the mine, and go up over and take a large view of Dornwich again in the setting sun, as we are grouped to maybe go on another adventure and see if they can make a little bit more money.
Usually the loudest groan exit the mine. It's the loudest groan.
Look, okay, it's not my fault that all the old Western movies always end up saying their name.
Not because that, because of Ricky. No, it's not because it's...
Okay.
It's him slamming down against
Ricky.
I know it's coming next, you know, like out of retirement already, so that's groaning. was not for that.
Yeah. Yeah. So, with that, thank you all so much for joining us for the game. Thank you to all of my amazing players. And we're going to go around once more, let everyone know where they can find you. If you got any fun things popping up, let us know. And because, once again, you can't see my order, but we are going to go in reverse order to last time. So we're going to start with Star.
I'm Star. You can find me most places at MadRad Starchild. I sometimes stream on the So Maddie Games channel, with a Z, not an S at the end. And one-shots here and there with other places, and might stream video games once in a blue moon.
Awesome. And then we're going to toss it over to Kai.
I'm Kai. You can find me at Kylie Grimwood or at Honey Ghost Games almost everywhere. And probably my next big thing is that once I get my PC, I will start gaming over on Twitch.
Awesome. Look forward to that. And then I'm going to toss it to Blake.
Hey everybody, I'm Blake, on the Twitter at Lacey Francis. Right now you can catch me in Elixia, live stream with them every Tuesday. You can also catch me at the First Watch channel in the second campaign. And you can also, if you want to, catch me in the, the Sky Realm with Homie and the Dude. Because that's getting crazy too, so catch me in a podcast as well.
I was going to say, podcast.
Two podcasts. And so, the book club starring, I think someone...
I don't know who's in that.
Yeah.
I don't know who's
the book club podcast, and also Opal Star gets me there too. So, I think that's it for right now. So those are things I'm kind of... But check it out. Book podcast, we have a new episode coming out pretty soon too, so...
Yeah.
Check it out.
And I am Kayla, the storyteller director for tonight. I am also weirdly also in a book podcast. I don't know who is. That's strange that it was mentioned twice. It's called Book Club with Blake and Kayla. We have a Substack community and a podcast if you want to join us. We just read Parable of the Sower and are reading This Poison Heart for this coming month. I'm also, strangely, now part of the Underground Oracle publishing team. So we are launching a Kickstarter in April, so check that out. And you can find me here, weirdly enough, doing this, hopefully consistently from this point on, if all goes well. So once again, thank you so much for joining us. It has been fantastic and just a roaring good time with an addition of when we have 2 horses now instead of just 1. So we gained a horse. No one died. Well, no one on our side died. People made some money. We had a good time. Thank you so much for joining us. And don't forget to check us out next week for the next one shot. Have a great night, everyone. Thanks for coming.